We are live to YouTube. Nobody will notice but us. I'm going to move it right now.
Welcome, everyone. Bienvenue, Anine. I'd like to thank our media and broadcast partners who are covering tonight's meeting. I always begin the meeting by acknowledging with respect that we are on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory and that the land on which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and known as Bawating. Bawating is home to Garden River First Nation, Batchewana First Nation, and the historic Sault Ste. Marie Métis Council. And while we're speaking of Batchewana First Nation, I want to congratulate Chief-elect Mark McCoy on his election victory over the weekend and thank outgoing Chief Dean Sayers for the cooperation and working relationship we've developed over my 8 years on council and the quasi year that I've been mayor. So congratulations to Chief-elect McCoy and thank you to Dean Sayers and Chief Dean Sayers for his service to his community and to our region. Madam Clerk.
Under agenda item 2, of a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni, resolved that the minutes of regular council meeting of July 10, 2023 be approved.
All in favor? Motion carries.
And under agenda item 4, declaration of pecuniary interest, Councillor Spina has declared with respect to agenda item 9.1, the downtown security patrols as his employer is contracted by the city. I don't have any other.
Any other declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none.
I have a motion by councillors Rezawalan and Kinnock resolved that the agenda for July 31, 2023 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Motion carries.
And then further to our amended procedure bylaw, we'll go direct to planning items. And the first one is A723Z 16 Caesar Road. I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Kinnick, resolved that the report of the planner dated July 31, 2023 concerning rezoning application A723Z be received, and that council rezone a 0.55 meter strip of land shown as area to be rezoned on the attached subject property map from medium density residential zone with special exception 419 to general commercial zone with special exception 419, which permits a parking lot in association with 149 Trunk Road only, access from Trunk Road only, and no other uses for a C4 zone. And that the 0.55 meter strip being rezoned on 16 Caesar Road be deemed subject to site plan control as per section 41 of the Planning Act, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Mr. Kirkle, we've typically get a brief explanation of the rezoning at hand from the planning department. So if you could provide that to us.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this application is technical amendments. Last year, the applicant obtained approval to rezone the rear 5.8 the subject property from residential to commercial. In this case, the applicant has gone through the reference and identified the need for a further half a meter expansion of that. And that's the purpose of this application, to gain that additional half a meter section rezoning from residential to commercial. Ultimate purpose is for it to expand the commercial parking lot.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lepore is here speaking on behalf of the owners. Welcome to council, Mr. Lepore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As Mr. Kirkland mentioned, it's really a technical application. In principle, this was all approved last year. However, on finalization of the reference plan, we identified a 0.55 meter property that is there that shouldn't have been, but here we are. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Council, any questions of Mr. Kirkle, of Mr. Lepore, or of any other of our staff? Okay, saying none. You can call a vote on the motion that's been read. All in favor? That matter carries. Thank you, Mr. Lepore.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Kirkle. Brings us to Madam Clerk.
Just waiting. Electronic. Sir Spina in the affirmative. Agenda item 8.7.2 is A523Z and 57T 23501 on 92 Manitou Drive. I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Kinnock, resolved that the report of the planner dated July 31, 2023 concerning draft plan of subdivision 57T 23501 to create 12 low density residential lots 1 to 12, a medium density residential development block 4, pedestrian access, block 1, stormwater management, block 2, and parkland to be transferred to the city as part of parkland dedication requirements, block 3, be approved subject to the conditions of draft approval outlined in Appendix A, and that the subject property be rezoned in the following manner. Lots 1 to 12 rezoned from institutional zone to low density residential zone with a special exception 2, in addition to those uses permitted in an R3 zone, permit 1 parking space in an exterior side yard setback for lot 3, reduce the front yard setback from 7.5 meters to 6 meters, reduce the rear yard setback from 10 meters to 9 meters, and reduce the required number of parking spaces from 1.25 to 1 space for any semi-detached dwelling unit. And blocks 1, 2, and 4 rezoned from institutional zone to medium density residential zone with a holding provision, subject to the following special exceptions: restrict the number of dwelling units to no greater than 20 units, restrict the height of any apartment building to no greater than 3 stories. As per the holding provision, restrict any development until such time that a stormwater management plan and a servicing study are submitted to the satisfaction of City Council. And block 3, rezone from institutional zone to parks and recreation zone, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Tenazzo, our Director of Planning, will provide a brief summary of the application before us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Manitou Park Public School. The subject property is about 5.5 acres. And like many schools of this era, it was built as kind of an outward looking property in the middle of the neighborhood with frontage on 3 streets. Again, like many schools of this era. So it is at the center of the neighborhood, and it does have a lot of frontage, which makes it quite good for redevelopment purposes. The recommendation is to approve the application subject to a number of special provisions, including a holding provision to restrict development of the apartment units until such time that technical matters, namely servicing and stormwater management, can be addressed. And Vanessa Smith from the applicant's consulting team is here to take a lead on speaking for the applicants. And there's a number of neighbors, I believe, that also wish to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Is it Ms. Smith?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Correct. Vanessa Smith, Telic Engineering.
Welcome to council, Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, if you have anything to add to what Mr. Tenazzo has stated, we will hear from you. And then there's questions and comments from the public as well.
Through you, Chair, I'm going to keep my comments quite brief. First of all, I want to say that we concur with staff's comments regarding that the development is respective of and compatible with the existing character of the area, and that the broader introduction of housing types and tenures is in consistency with provincial policy. In this case, the introduction of semi-detached dwellings, apartment units, and townhouse units will hopefully assist in addressing the mounting challenges related to housing affordability. And we believe that the technical studies we've undertaken this evening demonstrate that the intensification we're proposing is appropriate. Beyond that, I just wanted to thank staff. They have been phenomenal through this process. And myself and John McDonald are here to take any of your questions this evening because I know there might be some. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We've got a number of people registered to speak in favor and in opposition to this development. So we will ask for those who are speaking in favor to speak first. So I'll invite Carol Martin to speak. Welcome to council, Ms. Martin.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I have to say that initially, my parents and I were opposed to this project. We were very pleased to see that the changes that were made, particularly the what do you call that? Holding provision that was placed on it, because our biggest concern was overly densifying the neighborhood and adding to traffic issues. And I do still have some concerns about traffic issues in particular. The traffic study done by Helix contractors indicated that the intersection of Adeline and McNabb and Frontenac is problematic. And having grown up in the area, I can tell you it's extremely problematic. The view from that corner is very, very difficult. You have to practically drive right out onto Adeline to be able to see up the street because it's not a 90-degree angle there. And the developers recommended that we have a 4-way stop put in there. I would like to see that happen sooner rather than later. As Rankin grows, that traffic is going to increase a lot. It already has. And all the people running over there to get gas are not stopping. So we definitely need to address that immediately. The other issue I had with traffic is that Manitou Park has, as is stated in the report, only 2 egresses. One of these egresses is the one I just talked about. The other is Manitou Drive, which is right by the tank farm. And the reason why we had the second egress put in initially is because the tank farm presents a danger. If there's ever any issue there, there wouldn't have been a way in and out. Well, once again, we are in that position because of the traffic at the other one. As we densify the neighborhood, I believe we should look at getting a 3rd egress in and out of the community. If you could indulge me for 1 minute, I would like to just tell you a very short story. My father, who's here, is 84 years old, or 85. In 2021, October 31st, at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, he suffered a stroke, a massive stroke. My mother saw it and she was able to phone for the ambulance, and the ambulance arrived, and he was back in the hospital, or was in the hospital and given the clot buster within 24 minutes. If there is a backup in traffic in any way, he wouldn't have been able to be here tonight. He definitely would not have been walking and talking, which he is. So I would like to just consider that issue. And the suggestion that I have is to have that egress coming off the other end of Manitou Drive, going toward Black Road.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. I believe there, if I'm not mistaken, our Director of Engineering can confirm this. There is a environmental assessment currently underway for egress and access and egress to and from Manitou Park, if that is correct.
Mr. Mayor, yes, there is a ongoing environmental assessment that between Batchewan First Nations and in the city.
Okay, thank you. So it is being considered.
Excellent. And in closing, I just wanted to mention that I really, really appreciate how responsive the city has been to my concerns and the developers. And I think it's wonderful that we're working with local developers, because I mean, Jamie found my house and sold it for me, and we see each other in the grocery store all the time and stuff like that. So it's nice to work with local people because I feel like they're more accessible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Any questions before I go?
Any questions for Ms. Martin? Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. We've got Mr. Jackson registered to speak in favor. Okay. We've got a number of people registered. Anyone else who wasn't registered who wishes to speak in favor of the development? Not in favor. Okay. So we've got a number of people registered to speak in opposition to the development. And then we'll get to those who didn't register after that. So we will start with Derek Armstrong. Derek Armstrong, if you could come to well, we've got your name, but if you could give us your address.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Derek Armstrong at 127 Anna Street.
Thank you. And the mic is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the matter before us tonight. Again, my name is Derek Armstrong. Some of you may know me. Some of you may know my emails, and some of you may know, just shake your head. So my apologies. I've been a resident of Sault Ste. Marie since 1984 and a resident of Manitou Park for over 14 years now. Myself, I have been in the dark about this project for most of the process and a lot of hearsay from the neighborhood. That is not the best way to receive information nor make a judgment on the response. I'd like to thank Jonathan Kirkle from engineering for forwarding the current documents last week for the proposal. For an impact to a neighborhood of this nature, the 120-meter boundary should be expanded much more in order to inform all residents. To start with, let's have a history lesson. Manitou Park was planned, designed, and developed by the late Honorable Thomas Farquhar, MP and Senator. Before becoming Senator, Thomas Farquhar was an alderman councillor in Sault Ste. Marie in 1918 and 1919. He then went on to become the 7th mayor of Sault Ste. Marie in 1920 and 1921. Those days were when you ran for election every year. Thomas Farquhar returned to Manitoulin Island, where he owned a dairy farm and also became reeve of Cardamom Township, just south of Mindemoya. Farquhar Dairy's 3rd and 4th generation still operate today in Little Current, Espanola, Massey, LA Lake, and Blind River. Farquhar went on to represent Manitoulin in the Legislative Assembly in 1926 and 1929. From there, he represented the federal riding of Algoma East, 1935 to 1948, as Member of Parliament. In 1948, Thomas Farquhar accepted an appointment to the Senate, making room for Lester B. Pearson to become MP and later the 14th Prime Minister. Manitou Park was named after the love Thomas Farquhar had for the Manitoulin Island. The street Farquhar, obviously named after his last name. Amy and Wyber streets were named after his second wife, Florence Amy Wyber, and other streets were named after family members close to him as well. Years ago, I happened to meet his niece, who still lives in Sault Ste. Marie. I got to visit her again this past weekend, where she's told stories about the development of the park. Thomas Parker offered to donate the land for the school to the city at that time. The city felt the community would never expand far east and turned the offer down. Years later, when the city's growth moved towards the east, the city called upon Mr. Parker and asked if the offer was still on the table. She recalled the chuckle, and the reply was, "No, of course not. Now you have to pay for the land." So there you have it, a quick history of Manitou Park. In the park, we don't have high-end executive homes like on River Road, or live near a golf course on Boundary Road, or enjoy the beauty of some century-old homes at the bottom of Pym Street or on Queen Street, or the quiet neighborhood of Fort Creek area, or enjoy the nice rural setting of Lees Bay Road. We have modest homes of varying size and design, relatively well-kept, that we enjoy and are proud of. We enjoy the charm, the character, the peacefulness, and the quality of life in Manitou Park, the way it was designed many years ago by Thomas Parker. The park was designed with transition zones from an apartment building to semi-detached and then to single-family homes as we see in the park, majority of the park today. I myself do not have a problem with development in Manitou Park, and speaking with residents over the weekend, most do not contest development either. However, I and we have a concern with the nature of development as proposed here tonight. It has been noted in local media in the past that the city's growth plan calls for an increase of population to 100,000 by 2037. As I have mentioned, I have been in the Sault Ste. Marie since 1984, and I have seen the population bounce from 72,000 to 75,000 up and down for a short every year, almost for 40 years with no growth from this number. I do not see the population rising dramatically within the next 14 years. We do not have a housing shortage, with almost 300 houses bought from outside investors and now basically sitting idle and vacant, or let to deteriorate and become vacant. With 110 units planned for the bottom of Pym Street at Herrick, with 65 units planned for the top of Collegiate Hill on McDonald Avenue, with 107 units currently in progress on the Legion site. With other schools purchased and converted to residential units on White Oak Drive, Estelle Street, Pittsburgh Avenue, Kohler Street, McNabb Street, and even the former library on Second Line and Donna Drive, and now on Daisy Road soon to be. With condos still in the works on Queen Street, with multiple subdivisions blooming up in all areas of the city. Again, I am not against development in our neighborhood, but we do not need that kind of density located here, and the numbers don't justify it. I'm asking you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to reject the proposal that has been presented to Council tonight. I would ask the developers to return with a more modest plan for development in Manitou Park, keeping the neighborhood character as it is and as it has been for decades. Ultimately, I would like to see single-family homes along the perimeter of Manitou Drive, Amy and Green Street, with the interior core being semis or townhouses. Rezoning to R4 is not needed. The community does not want an apartment building, period. The proposal states for an average construction at about 1,200 square feet per structure and quoted in the construction cost of $400 per square foot. That puts the cost of recapture at about $480,000. People paying that amount of money for a unit do not want to see an apartment either. Mayor Shoemaker, do not, and I repeat, do not compare or confuse our concerns with the need for affordable housing for the homeless here in the Sault Ste. Marie. You sit high and mighty and Haviland Crescent with no empathy for anyone else in the community. That is not how a leader of a community leads. With the costs these developers have stated, there would be no impact on the homeless needs, whether this project was reduced or stayed as is. They would never be able to afford or purchase or rent with that social assistance given to recipients. The reduced rents that they offered to Legion members with the 107 units currently under construction would be difficult for a pensioner to pay. This project is far stretched to deal with another crisis at hand. So returning to my focus, what I would like to see return from the developers is a combination as follows. For the perimeter, rezoning to R2, as the bylaw states, aimed at single-family homes with special regard to maintaining the character of existing neighborhoods as it is more appropriate. There could easily be 20 to 22 single-family homes along Manitou Drive, Amy and Green Streets, keeping in line with proposed walkways, roadways, buffers, and blocks as proposed. For the interior, rezoning to R3 to allow for greater density is more appropriate. There could easily be 4 to 8 semis or 8 to 16 units or similar style of townhouses, 8 to 12 units as proposed within the interior core. That would still result in 28 to 38 units overall. As the proposal stands, we lose the character of our neighborhood, which is desired and sought after by purchasers. As the proposal stands, we will see an increase in traffic flow, which is not conducive to streets with no sidewalks. It is almost scary at times walking in peak traffic times along the pavement and gravel shoulders. Is the city prepared to convert our ditches to storm drains, sidewalks, and curbs? We already pay the taxes as though that they are there. As the proposal stands, we have increased use of our sewage lines. To say the school has 300 students contributing to the capacity is absurd. I remember being in school many moons ago, and there's no way that 300 students would have the water consumption and sewage the same as 49 new dwellings. Will the city help recover our losses should sewers back up? Talking with residents, most do not recall our infrastructure being upgraded in over 50 years. Possibly engineering has some more dates to this. As proposal stands, we will see possible increase in crime. Currently at minimal occurrences, as we all watch out for each other. We have one Sault Ste. Marie police officer in the neighborhood that I know of, and I have not seen regular patrols in our neighborhood in the 14 years I have been there. Will the city start or increase patrols to our neighborhood? Once again, I ask you, Mr. Mayor and Council, to reject the proposal brought to us tonight, even though recommendations were accepted by staff. In closing remarks, I ask you to consider these scenarios as you think about voting against this proposal. There are 13.2 acres at the end of River Road that could easily develop the same or even as a campground or group home as it is zoned RA. The Huron Catholic School Board could decide to sell off some of its 15 acres at the west end of McNabb and be developed as proposed tonight. Again, a school could close at the corner of Grand Boulevard and Strand Avenue and be sold off having 4.91 acres developed the same. Or maybe the preschool on Johnson Avenue could close and have 4.43 acres developed. With the economy, it would not be uncommon for the Salvation Army to liquidate its property on John Street and have 2.1 acres developed. Again, yet another school on the upper part of North Street by Fort Creek could be target of closure and 10 acres could develop the same as proposed here tonight. How about 7 acres on the corner of Lees Bay Road and Second Line? That could have a solar farm, campground, a group home next to your executive home and being zoned RA as well. So we are not saying not in my backyard. We are saying don't change our backyard to what they are, to what we enjoy now. Remember, you all have a backyard too. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Are there any questions for Mr. Armstrong? Seeing none, I believe I missed a proponent who wanted to speak in favor of the matters there, Jessica. Jessica, thank you. Welcome to council. Your last name, sorry, I don't have in your address. Jessica Fisher, yes, I did know that. And your address, ma'am?
My address, 100 Crawford Avenue.
Thank you.
So yeah, my name is Jessica Fisher, and I'm speaking today in support of this proposal, but mostly in respect to Ms. Watkins' comments and beliefs about low-income residents that were mentioned in that suit article. I'm a single mother of 2 young children. I'm a licensed paralegal in good standing with the Law Society of Ontario. I work full-time at the Algoma Community Legal Clinic. I sit as the secretary on the Atomica Insectarium Board of Directors. I volunteer with Connect the Dots, an organization that collects surplus produce from the local farmers markets, and we deliver to the Salvation Army in Pauline's Place. Likely to Ms. Watkins and other surprise, I am also a tenant and have been for the past 5 years with Sault Ste. Marie Housing Corporation, and I am in receipt of the rent geared to income subsidy through social services. I also used to be a recipient of Ontario Works. I used to be low income. And thanks to the cost of living, I probably am still considered low income. Despite all of this, and I might be a little biased, I think I'd make a pretty great neighbor. I find Ms. Watkins' concerns and others who share the same to be very concerning and dangerous and hurtful. These types of comments and beliefs feed into a negative stereotype and create misconceptions that those who are low income and receive any kind of assistance with social services or related to housing or income supports are not productive members of society. They are criminals, they're troublemakers, they're lazy and refuse to work. They likely suffer with substance abuse disorder and have no place alongside the rest of society. All of my neighbors are also tenants of Sault Ste. Marie Housing and are in the low income bracket. I have never not felt safe living in my neighborhood, nor have I witnessed any kind of increased criminal activity. Of course, there have been, a few little disputes between neighbors here and there, but nothing you would not also experience in any middle-class, rich neighborhood. For years, I battled feelings of embarrassment and shame for living in Sault Ste. Marie Housing or being on Ontario Works because of the stereotype and judgment cast upon those who are low income and live in social housing. If I had read those comments a few years ago, I'd have been devastated. We are in the midst of a housing affordability crisis. I have a well-paying job, a professional career, and I still will not be able to afford to move out of Sault Ste. Marie Housing and into a 3-bedroom unit at the current market prices. So imagine what it's like for those who are currently facing difficult barriers that prevent them from obtaining gainful employment or employment that provides the income needed to afford rent or purchase a home. Lower income members of society do not deserve to be treated like this, like they are less than. They do not deserve to be put down with such negative comments. They deserve help and support from their community, our community. Most low income, if not all, members or individuals are facing hardship. Perhaps they're low income because of a disability that prevents them from working. Perhaps they're a single mother fleeing a domestic violent relationship with no source of income or with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Regardless of the reason they are low income, and because there are many reasons, they deserve to be treated as humans with respect, kindness, and empathy. They certainly do not deserve to be segregated away from the middle-class neighborhoods for such ridiculous, unfounded reasons and assumptions. I would also like to be clear, because I can imagine this may be mentioned, I am not the exception when it comes to those who are low income with our community. There are many just like me. And last but not least, I just would like to thank our mayor, Matthew Shoemaker, and council for your support and your comments in that were mentioned in that article. A little fun fact for everybody, Matthew Shoemaker, when he was elected, shortly after, he came to the Algoma Community Legal Clinic, and he was the first mayor in quite some time to do so, to hear us out and our concerns in relation to low-income community and affordable housing. So thank you very much, and thank you very much to council. That's everything.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. I believe we have a question from Ms. Caputo, or Councilor Caputo, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to
Just before you do, noise from the gallery, we can't have that interrupting our proceedings. So we will have people's comments in favor and in opposition, but when council's speaking or when there's a speaker speaking, we need full attention, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to our current speaker, Jessica, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming out and speaking, not just on this development, but on behalf of folks who have been through hard times, who are currently going through hard times. I am sitting here, one of 11 people who's getting to make decisions about our city, and I was a server for a very long time. I worked in a low income bracket, and I was always a productive member of society. And I know that there are many, many others. So I wish it wasn't brave of you to be coming to say this, but it is. And so it's very much appreciated. And it should also be noted that it would be illegal for us to turn down a development based on the income bracket of a certain type of resident. So regardless of that, thank you so much. And I'm wishing you all the best of luck and thanks again.
Councillor Spina.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, not particularly for the speaker, but just comments at the end if available. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo Councillor Caputo's comment, but also I think it was a perfect timing for many reasons because we have social services here tonight. And I think just what you said helped to reinforce the vision. So keep up and keep telling us your testimonial. Thank you.
Thank you again, Ms. Fisher. We've got Elaine Robert registered to speak. Welcome to council, Ms. Robert. Could we get your address?
My address, 80 Amy Avenue, right at the foot of, the Green, right at the corner of Green and Amy.
Thank you.
We've lived in the park for 48 years. I want to thank the council who showed up in our park this morning. She said she just wanted to see the area and see what was going on there and ask a few people what they thought about it. Now, maybe some of the rest of you have been around the park to see what was going on. I don't know because I didn't see any of you, but I sure appreciated her showing. Thank you, Ship. Okay, these are just my concerns. Sewage. The developers did a sewage study and the conclusion was that since 330 plus students and teachers used the school with no issues for so many years, then roughly 93 people in the same space living in the 29 proposed new units should pose no problems. Well, I got to thinking about that statement like that other guy. The children were in the school for about 7 hours a day for about 170 days out of a 365-day year. I calculated the 170 days by removing 9 5-day weeks of summer holidays, 4 more weeks of other holidays during the school year, Christmas, March break, PD days, Easter, Thanksgiving, etc., and a year of Saturdays and Sundays. Now, you're going to compare that with people who will be living in the same area for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, who will also be using water for showers, more flushing, laundry, washing, cooking, yard, and garden use. If the sewers can handle it, that's fine. And I know I read all the reports and there was figures that I didn't understand, but to use that comparison seemed to me not very logical. Drainage. Apart from the proposed apartment buildings, the report states that stormwater will drain directly into municipal roadway ditches on Amy, Green, and Manitou Drive. Also, that there will be negligible draining. Well, I'm not sure how that's possible, since there'll be a significant increase in the amount of concrete generated by 29 new houses, garages, and driveways, and the increased amount of water has to go somewhere. Also, I'm not sure of the city's definition of ditch. There's a vague depression along Green and Amy, and the ditch along Manitou Drive is a little deeper, but the culverts have been plugged for years. And water sits there until it finally seeps into the ground or evaporates. And the water sits on Amy on the street at the corner of Manitou Drive in the spring for a couple of weeks or more. And also in a heavy rain, it covers the streets. So I thought, yeah, I think there's still drainage problems. That's my concern. Houses. Generally, I know that there'll be some development of the former school property, but I'm not sure this is entirely what they have planned. Anyway, let's get rid of that. But I believe that they're genuine concerns. For example, there's 8 houses and driveways on the north side of Amy Avenue. The proposed plan is to put 17 homes and driveways across from them. That's more than double the number, and a lot of homes in a short space. In addition to that, the developers want the number of parking spaces decreased to accommodate, I guess, that many homes. Visitor parking, I'm trying to be really practical. Visitor parking will necessarily be on the street and around the park area. which means that children will have to enter and exit the park between parked cars, which is not a safe option. Amy is a narrow street and a moving vehicle. This is for Green Street and Amy. Moving vehicle must enter the opposite lane to pass a parked car. If there are cars parked on each side of the road, moving vehicles have to take turns to pass. And when there's children, bikes, adults, dogs, and walks. No, did I? When there's children, bikes, adults, and dogs on the road, there's added danger. And I forgot to mention, but you may know that already, there aren't any sidewalks in the park. So everybody's on the road. Traffic. A traffic study was done, and the conclusion was that no major traffic impact, such as delays or congestion, are anticipated. Nothing has been noted about the narrow streets on Green or Amy Avenue and the fact that parked cars pose a change in traffic movement, which is compounded by pedestrian traffic. Since its inception, there have been negligible problems in the park because there hasn't been a lot of traffic and most vehicles are in the driveways. Basketball hoops and road hockey nets on Green Street have been part of the decor, easily gone around. Increased owner vehicles, visitor, trade vehicles parked on the roadways and around the park should definitely be a cause for genuine concern. And then if that apartment building is allowed, all of that traffic from the apartment building will be coming in and out of Green Street, adding to the concerns already mentioned. I even mentioned the width of our car plus the mirrors and at least 2 feet maybe between this car coming and going, and the streets are narrow. Apartment buildings. The report stated that generally high density development shall be restricted to major arterial streets. Well, Green Street not a major street. The roadway is 22 feet wide. There are supposed to be ditches and there's no sidewalks. Pedestrians must use the road. The effects of winter have not been mentioned in the traffic report, nor in any of those reports that I read. Winter lasts a long time around here. The streets in Manitou Park are much narrower in the winter, adding even more concern for traffic flow and other concerns that have already been mentioned. And garbage cans further narrow the streets for 2 days a week. The snowbanks are higher than the tops of passing vehicles, making getting out of the driveway a challenge. In most apartment buildings, the apartment buildings that I'm aware of, vehicles must be out of the lot on days when it snows. In the morning hours, so snow removal can take place. 20 plus vehicles will be trying to park on the already narrowed and snow-filled Green Street, competing then with the President residents who need to get their vehicles out in order to clean out their own driveways. In addition, some of the apartment dwellers will be leaving their vehicles on the street for the whole day for various reasons, further hampering snow removal by large city plows. I really believe that the apartment buildings are going to cause a lot of logistical headaches, street confusion, and danger to pedestrians. Okay, and pedestrians. The report stated that these are in the reports. Healthy and active communities should be promoted by meeting the needs of pedestrians and aim to improve accessibility for persons with disabilities and older persons. Another one, this development supports policies related to an old school site, ... without posing risks to public health and safety. Well, I'm not really quite sure what policies they're talking about, but if they're older ones, they would certainly encourage fresh air and exercise and old-fashioned values, courtesy, honesty, respect, and seeing someone else besides your own self. Here's another one. The development will also build upon Manitou Park's sense of place through the addition of increased foot traffic. Well, that means you've got more people on the streets, along with all this more traffic. Not quite sure how that adds to your sense of place. But anyway, that's what. And our sense of place in Manitou Park has been, I thought about it and thought about it, and it's been more like a quiet village because there was only one access or two accesses in and out of the park. If you wanted to be in there, you were in there for something. So there hasn't been a lot of traffic. It's been quiet. In fact, somebody said it's probably the best kept secret in Sault Ste. Marie, and we've enjoyed it. Anyway, increased foot traffic. Here's another one. The addition of, and this is all in the reports, okay? The addition of new residents and resulting increase in pedestrian traffic will enhance passive surveillance, leading to safer streets and further social interaction. Good line. Pedestrian and cycling access to parks shall be encouraged. Increase in pedestrian traffic will also assist in enhancing the vitality and vibrancy of the streetscape and nearby parks. Man, I wish whoever wrote all the things, I wish it was true. I wish they really felt that way, and I wish they really worked toward it. I wish they meant what they said. And I've got to, I guess the last word is about parks. I have one last word about parks. That was a plural word, parks. And I suddenly realized that the overgrown field on the west side of Manitou Drive behind the houses and supposedly with access off Green Street is called Punkeri Park. Again, I'm not quite sure of the city's definition of park, but it has been entirely neglected for years. Most of what is left of the field is knee-high with grass. It all depends whose knees you're talking about. Might be taller than that. The baseball backstop is filled with tall trees. There is a place to hang a soccer net, but you'd never find the ball after the first kick. There are small trees growing throughout. Now, it takes years for those wee trees to take root, but now that they have the roots, in a very few years now, that whole field will be forest. It needs some attention now if it is to be redeemed. It has a lot of potential. Pedestrians and cyclists could be drawn to it, like the sport activities could be encouraged. There's a path that leads out to the power line with lots of walking and a rural feeling of country and space. So it's got potential. And then I just added sort of tongue in cheek. On second thought, perhaps many of the proposed development problems would disappear if you just traded the developers. Give them Punkeri Park, and we keep our lovely Manitou Park. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Robert. We got Maitland Maitland here. And Ms. Robert and Mr. Armstrong did a fairly good job of not overlapping each other's points. So just as a general rule, if you can avoid raising issues that others have already mentioned, it'll allow the proceedings to move along.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. As we are all well aware, there is a housing crisis nationwide, including in our very own community of Sault Ste. Marie. In March of this year, the city had stated that they would be exploring ways to improve the crisis that is affecting many, then again stated the same thing earlier this month. However, there seems to be an emphasis on a literal housing shortage, rather than having a proper discussion on how to decrease prices, as rent has gone up in the past year suggestively by 22%. Councillor Angela Caputo had addressed the unaffordable housing crisis at this very place in May of this year, and I quote, "With the rising cost of living, minimum wage does not allow folks to have a roof over their head and food in their bellies." And did bring it up again, this valid point, as well as hopes for her daughter to be able to access affordable housing in the future at the Telek Engineering office when our neighborhood was invited to an info session regarding the process. My question to you, Councillor Caputo, knowing that minimum wage and part-time or full-time is absolutely not affordable, how do brand new builds without a rent limit and lack of other restrictions improve this very serious housing crisis while benefiting vulnerable citizens?
Well, the questions at council are reserved by council to staff or to presenters. So
Do I present it to you?
no, the questions are reserved for council to ask of staff or to the people.
So I can't ask her a question?
There are no questions of councilors at council.
In general. And then I was also wondering if you guys will be conducting your own traffic study to ensure that it was done properly due to previous concerns by neighbors. And then I understand the legal obligation of informing those, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but within 100 yards of the affected area. My question is, why didn't Green Street receive either of the notices of application and public meeting when we are most definitely within 100 yards of the proposal and will be directly affected? My final point is that I personally have been dismissed multiple times on my concerns for the trees located in Manitou Park by saying that people don't care about trees, especially you guys. However, as a new mother who is extremely fearful of my daughter's future due to global warming and the selfishness of humans, I would like to hope that this small community would not dismiss or belittle concerns of preserving nature. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if a corporation is to remove shade providing trees, they are to replant new ones. How does a sapling provide nearly as much shade as a veteran tree? I think it should also be noted that a 50-year-old tree provides possibly up to 6,000 pounds of oxygen in its lifetime to people, as well as spread up to thousands of seeds yearly. The trees will also assist in bettering the quality of water, as well as preventing flooding that is awfully prevalent in our neighborhood. Even if the proposal plans to keep some of the trees, it is very unlikely that the roots would remain undamaged and would more than likely kill the trees. Do these trees located in Manitou Park not deserve protection and respect from us? By allowing Telek Engineering to discard of these trees, how is that setting a precedent of safeguarding our urban forests and our trees? I would also ask, is there a way to ensure that the materials from the trees will be utilized properly?
Ms. Bai?
Yeah.
I didn't get your address, but I didn't get your address. Sorry, you're on
91 Green Street.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Harvey, Douglas Harvey. Welcome to council, Mr. Harvey.
Thanks for hearing my. Most of them have been dealt with already by other people, so mine will be abbreviated.
Thank you.
Doug Harvey, 123 Anna Street. As other people have mentioned, our neighborhood is a very special neighborhood. My neighbors aren't just my neighbors, they're my friends. We care about each other. Very rare thing this day and age to have. I also agree with Jessica. We shouldn't be looking down at the less privileged and people who are struggling and trying to have a place respectable to live in. That's got to be supplied to everyone. My main concerns are traffic. We have no sidewalks. We have a lot of elderly and children. It's a very family-oriented community. And I fear, especially in the winter, them walking on streets with loaded up traffic. Right now, we don't have much. We don't have much crime. We don't have much problem in our neighborhood. It's a very peaceful, tranquil, beautiful neighborhood. We don't want that culture necessarily changed. Not against development, got to happen. And I'm not against increased density, somewhat. But how much? Especially, I'm not sure that it's needed. You know, Doug Ford has said he wants more density, and I agree, but he's meaning more for places, GTA, Kitchener, Cambridge, places where there's huge demand for population to have a house to live in and very little land. This doesn't really have that problem. And as Derek has explained, there's lots of other places, also lots of other land that could have this type of development. I think that semis, townhouses would be fine in the neighborhood. I think most people would welcome them. Apartment buildings are the big question mark. Sewage, I just got my renewal from my insurance company. They made a purpose page, including it, saying they will not insure sewage backup. That means if there is any sewage backup, it's going to be on our expense to clean it up and refinish our basements. City council going to reimburse us, help us? I doubt it. So I'm leery about that. The services that were put in 60 years ago are good enough to handle this added load. Other than that, safety of the children, the elderly, sewage, and property values. There may be an affected on our property values. Not saying they'll go down, but they may not appreciate as well as other detached single family neighborhoods might appreciate after. So I will be doing a study myself. I'll be doing statistical analysis. I'll be grabbing every house sold in our neighborhood, what it's sold for the last 8 years. So I'll know what our appreciation of our properties were prior to the development. And then I'll pay attention to what it's like after the development for 8 or 10 years after. And I'll also compare it to all other detached family-oriented neighborhoods in the Soo, how they appreciated 8 years prior and 8 to 10 years after. It all should be pretty equal appreciation. And then we'll see an analysis. I know the city isn't going to reimburse us, happen to not have our property values appreciate as much as other neighborhoods in the city where no doubt most of the councillors in there live. We are not a rich neighborhood, but we're a very good neighborhood. That's about all.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Harvey. Noella Duff. Ms. Duff here. Welcome to council, Ms. Duff.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I was not expecting to be called up, so thank you, Mr. Shoemaker and council. I recently moved to Sault Ste. Marie. I am a new resident of, I live in 107 Green Street. I haven't even lived in the neighborhood yet, 1 year, but I have come to know the neighborhood by the very welcoming people who have welcomed me. And I would agree that the people in my neighborhood are not just neighbors. They have welcomed me as their friend. And I'm not here by any means to overstep development, because I do agree that the city does need it. I myself and my husband struggled to find a home when we first arrived here. And it wasn't for the fact that there was limited housing available. It was the fact that housing was so expensive. And that is the biggest thing that newcomers such as myself faced when, and I work with a lot of newcomers to Sault Ste. Marie. We faced that, and we still continue to face it today. A lot of my coworkers who are moving from around the world to Sault Ste. Marie, we are struggling with the cost of housing and availability. My husband and I chose our home on Green Street because of its beauty. It's a very calm and peaceful place. I'm a very calm person, very peaceful person. So that's what drew me to the area. My neighbors are these people behind me, very caring, very beautiful people. I have to agree with the sentiments of our wonderful neighbor here in the green, Elaine. I can't add any further to that, but and of course, our young lady over here in the navy dress. I can't discount that either. But the concerns of our traffic is definitely an issue. The snow, my very first winter here was incredible. When you're not from the Soo, you know, these are definite concerns as a newcomer to this community. These things need to be taken into consideration. I live in a home that does not have a basement. It is a crawl space. I come from a very large city. To live in a tiny little community, a tiny little house like this is, there are a lot of challenges that face us in this community, such as, you know, old pipes, things that I have never seen coming from a newer, more established environment in a bigger city. when considering this development, I would also like to ask that you take into consideration the concerns brought forth by my neighbors behind me, because they are very valid and I feel it for myself. I'm feeling the impact because it's right across the street from me. And, I would really appreciate that, you take into consideration the things by my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duff. We've got Sarah Bouchard. Okay, thank you. Jasmine Haynes. Jasmine here. That was the last registered opponent that I had. Is there anyone who did not register that wishes to speak in opposition? Mr. Germain, right? Floor is yours. We just ask that you, as with the other presenters, not repeat anything that other commenters have mentioned previously. Bienvenue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to speak here tonight. My main concern is safety. As you know, the tanks, the gas tanks, the oil tanks are very close to Manitou Park. And the issues, the roadways out of Manitou Park are very few. There's one on Manitou Drive. In case of a major fire at the tank farm, that would be impossible to get out from there. The one at the tracks on the other side is also very close to that tank farm. Only access out, pardon me, would be through Vera, through the reserve. So to get out of Manitou Park in case of a major fire at a tank farm is a major safety concern for me. There's enough people involved as it is. We don't need to put more people at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Okay, Council, opening it up to questions, and I had Councillor Vezo-Allen first on the list.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to whomever can answer this. One issue that has come forth with some of the emails was the length of the construction period. If someone could speak to that, please.
Mr. McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The subdivision detail design has not yet been completed. Typically, we undertake that upon acceptance and approval of draft plan with conditions. Once we have the conditions from council and from staff is when we commence with the detailed design. From that, we develop our costs and work with the developer to finalize their business plans, but we suspect phase one would be one construction season in terms of impact to municipal roads, with the build out of the housing lagging that through a winter period and probably a year occupancy. The second phase again would be on another municipal road and would probably follow the same sequencing. And obviously everything depends on the business plan and the timeline of build out and sell.
Okay, so Mr. McDonald, we'd probably be looking at, for phase one year, phase two, a second year. Would that be a fair
assessment?
Fair assessment? Okay, thank you very much. My other question would be in terms of costs. So I know you're building out your business plan. What would be the average sale price for one of the market sale units? One of the semis?
To you, Mr. Mayor, I have to apologize. I we do have a representative of the owner here right now, but we don't have a fair handle on the different, with the fluctuation in market prices right now, construction materials, labor. We'd be hesitant to put a firm number on that. That'd be presentable to council.
Okay, but we're not looking at luxury homes. These are good, basic family homes.
Correct.
Would that be a fair statement?
That'd be very fair to say.
Okay. Would these be similar to the semis that have been put on DC Road, for instance, just for a comparable?
To you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would be.
Okay. And second question would be the average rent. And I know you are working on your business case. So what would the potentially average rent be, say, for a 2-bedroom in one of the 10-unit apartments?
To Mr. Mayor, again, for the apartment building, that is quite a ways down the road.
Okay.
At this time, it just wouldn't be fair to present council with a number on that.
Okay. Okay, those were my questions. I have been very clear, and I want to thank everyone for their emails, both for and against. I got back to as many as I could. I am in support of this project. We do need housing. We are really strong at recruiting and wanting to bring newcomers into our community, and they need to have places to live. And if we want to grow our community, we also need to grow our housing inventory. There's not a lot of housing inventory. If any of you have been in the housing market in the past few years, myself included, it's a very competitive market. It's very difficult to buy in. And I really want to thank the vision of this development. We're also looking at a lot of people that are wanting to downsize. I know in my neighborhood, there's a lot of larger homes with seniors, and they are looking to downsize. And I know that has been a difficulty in finding somewhere else to purchase. So I understand that a lot of residents are not happy with this, but I think it'll be a very positive addition to your neighborhood, especially with the parkland. And I know that with site plan, that will be a very big part of it. And I just want to thank the developers for bringing this forward and investing in our community. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bezuelen. Councilor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to everyone that has written to us, called us, but most of all for coming tonight. Look at how many people are here in the gallery. I mean, that speaks volumes, does it not? And it takes a lot of courage to come up to the microphone and share your stories and share your own observations. So thank you. This is what community is about, is coming, feel comfortable to share your concerns, your thoughts, and solutions. So first of all, I want to say thank you for coming tonight. The main questions I want to ask is basically the questions I heard from constituents that have emailed me, or basically your questions from tonight. I'm going to give staff a chance to talk about the snow. I'm going to give staff a chance to talk about the garbage, the recycling cans and so forth. So through you, Mayor, the first question I have to either Dan or Peter is, can you please comment on snow removal and how you see this happening when we do have our winter storms?
I expect that'll probably be Ms. Hamilton Beach responding to that.
Fair enough.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. This is, as I'm sure has been described, as an infill subdivision. And in fact, our services would continue in this neighborhood with these residents as they do in any other situation.
Okay, so just hearing tonight's comments, people were concerned that with the additional snowbanks, in your professional opinion, do you feel that the streets will be more narrow? Is there going to be a concern about putting the snow somewhere in a safe area that people can still walk down the streets?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, as any solid street with residents, snowbanks would gather. People may have to use their front yards, as I would have to on my subdivision. And I don't believe there would be, anything extraordinary with what is planned.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Tulloch Engineering, maybe to Mr. McDonald, if you can come up to the microphone and speak to the stormwater.
Counselor.
Yep.
Or
So my question is, basically, we heard tonight constituent was worried about the stormwater in the ditches. Your report was very detailed and you feel comfortable to say that the drainage will be adequate for the additional semi-detaches or additional drainage. However, there was a comment that the current ditches are plugged, and there's a comment that the current ditches are just impressions and not true ditches. Can you elaborate on, being an engineer, will these be changed and so forth?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. That was a very observant question. We've been working with city engineering and discussions with Public Works. These will be addressed in the subdivision design phase. If ditches have to be cleaned out, they will. As it stands now, there's really no increased pervious area from pre-development conditions, with pre-development namely being the school. So the actual amount of runoff entering the ditches is going to be equal to or less than the pre-development situation. We do recognize issues and those will have to be addressed during our design construction.
Okay. And are you aware of a particular road in the spring that continuously floods? Are you aware of a particular road in this area that always seems to flood?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, Green Street has issues. Manitou Drive to the south has issues. There are a number of areas in this that are challenged.
When you say you're challenged, what are the solutions that you're looking at with the city?
Through Mr. Mayor, we had discussions with engineering staff about a ditching program. We looked at the city's ditching program, potential planning to address this. We're confident that with the measures that we can implement during the design phase, that we won't exact by any imagination or increase flow to those ditches.
Okay, thank you. And one more question for you. In your report tonight, you're talking about a draft, basically draft agreement. And it talks about Bell Canada, it talks about PUC and so forth. I don't think I saw anything with regards to reference to your gas lines to Enbridge. Is there any draft agreement? Is there any bullet that refers to what Enbridge has to do with regards to gas lines in their agreement?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor. The gas lines are present on the road, so it would be an agreement with the developer to essentially extend services to the lots. And then from there it becomes an owner developer. The transfer happens.
Okay, it could be my eyes, but I did not see any reference to the gas. So thank you. I have a few other questions, but it's more for our engineering department. Through you, Mayor, to our engineer, Dan. You mentioned in the past with regards to aging infrastructure, particularly underground aging infrastructure. Do we have currently a map showing all our aging underground infrastructure?
I believe Mr. Vermeil will respond to that.
Thank you.
That's great. Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that would be our asset management plan, which was just made public just about a year ago.
Okay. And are you able to share with us tonight where this particular neighborhood sits in the overall plan? In your opinion, is it of a concern that the underground infrastructure is going to be a problem 5 years, 10 years, or in your opinion, it's adequate?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, not with any pinpoint accuracy, I couldn't tell you the age, exact age of the underground infrastructure, but it is in the same vintage as other similar areas of the city. Thinking 1950s, some maybe sooner. I am confident in the professional engineer that is going to be designing this, that our infrastructure can handle the flows as he says they will. The areas that there will be a holding provision on will be subject to their confirmation of the downstream capacity, and any ongoing issues with our underground infrastructure will be dealt with through our asset management and our own revitalization of our own infrastructure over time.
Okay. And earlier this evening, through our mayor, I think was it you or Dan mentioned about you're looking at a study about another exit onto Black Road. Is that correct?
To Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that would be an ongoing environmental assessment for the extension of Anna Street, I believe, to connect into the Batchewana First Nations. Am I wrong on that?
Please, folks, that's not what's before us tonight. There is an environmental assessment being undertaken though, and there will be at some point open house, I assume, on that particular issue, but
Okay. So there is a potential environment assessment being done. Okay. Thank you. And with regards to active transportation, during this study, particular to Peter Donazzo, active transportation is quite important to us. During this discussion with the developer, was this considered having bicycle lanes? And also, was this development considered for being environmentally friendly? Did you take in consideration the developer would look for green friendly solutions like electric chargers, solar panels on these developments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for those sorts of things, we certainly rely on the building code. As far as active transportation, I should note that on a preliminary basis, Manitou Drive and Anna Street have been identified for future sidewalks, the full extent of each street, and potentially Amy if there's again additional development here and development that we're seeing here. And before I lose my chance, I just want to clarify. I got a lot of comments as well and heard this development being referred to as a high density development. And I just want to sort of clarify that this is a medium density development. The overall density that's proposed here is about 9 units an acre, which within the local context is actually at the very low end of medium density. To put this into perspective, again, the net density of Manitou Park, if you take a block and remove the streets and just count the homes, so not in counting any duplexes or conversions, you're at about 5.5 units per acre. So it's not really that much difference. It's not going from low density to high density. And I think that's in part due to the character of the neighborhood and some of the servicing challenges that we all recognize exist.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that's very important for all us to remember. And I think this question is going back to either you or Carl. During the consultation, why did we not put a notice in all our media partners? It seems like we only put a notice in one particular media partner, but not all our media partners.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the Planning Act is quite specific in how you have to provide notice. We provide a mail out within 400 feet of the subject property to all property owners. And then we also put an ad in the Sioux Star because the Planning Act specifically states that the ad must be in a daily newspaper. I should note that in short order, we will be coming to council. We're looking to amend that notice procedure to also include a sign that's posted on the property.
And hopefully there will be a chance to replace not just newspapers, but we all receive our news electronically now. That's today's day and the future as well. So hopefully we can look at the whole way we consult. With regards to going through your mayor to Miss Hamilton Beach, for Manitou, is there any schedule for ditching for this particular area? The ditches are very full. I was there today and I have pictures and they are plugged. And when basically was the last time they've been ditched? If I had to guess, I would think it's probably more than 7 years ago. Can you comment on, is this area going to go through ditching?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. I don't off the top of my head know exactly what streets will be tackled. I know there has been issues that we are looking to resolve and they are actively ongoing as far as solving the outlet.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, should we leave our comments to the end or do you want comments now?
Comments now, please.
Okay. We have a great opportunity here for Sault Ste. Marie to work with a local developer to put us further on the map of positivity for this community. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we can work with these neighbors and create a neighborhood that could potentially win an award? Wouldn't it be wonderful if we can actually look at developing a community within a community, or as a constituent said, keep the village feeling? There have been a number of communities in Canada that have won awards, and communities in the United States that we can learn from, best practices. To give you an example, wouldn't it be amazing if this particular community could have a community garden, a greenhouse for everyone to grow vegetables throughout the whole year? Wouldn't it be amazing if this particular development can be sustainable and also include some green, environmentally friendly solutions? Wouldn't it be amazing if this community can have semi-detached dwellings that are geared towards all individuals? Wouldn't it be wonderful if we can have a park that are not just traditional playground equipments, but a park with other ideas, such as a pitch impact, as one example, having other facilities for adults to enjoy the park along with their children. So I encourage that this developer may want to sit down again with these wonderful neighbors and see how we can create a green, friendly, environmentally friendly community so that we stand out from the rest of the communities across Canada, where people will want to come and move here to be partaking and living in a community that's very different. Around this table, around this chamber, we all have different walks of life. We have observed in other communities what has worked well. Why are we still just building regular apartment buildings, regular houses? Why don't we build something that's very unique that will stand out and attract? Why don't we try to win the next award for having a neighbor-friendly community and basically build a neighborhood, keeping the constituents in mind, keeping the developer in mind, and sit down and say what will work for the future? Thank you again for everyone that is here tonight and for emailing and calling us, because that's what community is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few questions. Councillor Hollingsworth has taken most of the questions away. But first of all, I'd like to thank the presenters for and against that have attended tonight. We talked about sewage problems. We talked about ditch drainage, snow removal. I wonder if Mr. Tanazo can go back to the sidewalks. I know Mr. Harvey has mentioned the safety of sidewalks with people walking on the street instead of. Will there be sidewalks eventually for this division?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. So on a preliminary basis, as part of the active transportation master plan, sidewalks have been proposed, or candidate routes for new sidewalks have been proposed along the full extent of Manitou Drive and then along Anna Street to Corey, from picking up from the existing sidewalk on Adelaide.
And is there a time period for this approximately?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, at this point, there would be no time period as we're going through the plan, but once the plan comes out, there would be general timeframes that would be attached to that.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Germain brought forward the safety of the oil tanks. Any information on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's certainly the 3 existing access points and then a potential 4th at the end of Anna Street. I'm not a disaster mitigation expert, and I can't speak to how big an explosion may or may not be. But there's certainly other access points that are away from, or another existing access on Vera that is certainly further away than the one on Manitou, and then potentially another one at the back end on Anna Street, which would be about as far away from the tanks as you can get at this point within this subdivision.
Okay, thank you. Question to the developer, if possible. Sorry, the gentleman on the left-hand side. Yeah.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald, sorry. regarding your phase-in process, phase one would be exactly what buildings? Do we know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, I believe Green Street.
I'm sorry?
Green Street, houses on Green.
Okay, and then phase two will be?
Amy.
Okay, as Mrs. Councillor Bezo Allen stated, it'll be 1 year approximately for each phase. This is just a question. Wouldn't it be easier if you built a 3-story unit first? I'm just asking. What's the process thinking there? Like, why would you want the houses first and then the apartments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni. Frankly, it's cost and economics.
More feasible for the
townhouses. The houses along the roadway, the infrastructure is there. It's laterals to the existing services. It's using the first capital raised to fund additional.
Okay, no, that it was just a question. I just curious. You know, I heard some people out there. I'll be very brief about it. I will be voting in favor of this development. I think it's needed, it's required, and we need to move forward. And we'll go from there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bruni, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My sidewalk question has been taken, but I have some here. So I do have a question. I noted that traffic came up several times. So Carl, I have a question about that. Do we have data on, so we're always doing traffic studies ahead of time. Do we ever do one post or a few traffic studies post new subdivision development just to compare if traffic has actually increased, if our initial traffic assessment was accurate, things like that?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Scott. Yes, it's a pretty simple exercise to put our traffic counters out after.
And do we have any recent developments that are roughly the same size? I know that might not be something that we have, but because if we could put that information out to the public to kind of show like, you know, the traffic studies are accurate and that they don't really impact for the road sizes, et cetera.
Mr. Mayor, just Councillor Scott. Yeah, there are some similar recent ones. DC comes to mind. We can do some post monitoring on that and just go back and make some comparisons.
Yeah, I know that it's not necessarily has to come to council, but if you could send that to me, I'm just curious and had some questions about that. Other than that, all my questions have been asked, but I do have a quick comment, not necessarily on the specific development, but just developments, and it came up from one of the questions. I wouldn't mind seeing in reports in the future the impact that developments have on trees. I know it's come up a few times now, and it'd be nice for us to know as councillors what kind of tree impact happens from these, especially as we move closer and closer to what is it, global boiling now, I think it was referred to. So it would be interesting just to see the impact on trees. I know of some on Wemyss that were very old that got impacted by development. And I think it's something that councillors should be privy to.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to take a minute to thank everyone who came out tonight, everyone who flooded my inbox with emails. You might feel like your efforts are not being noticed. They are. Whether they're agreed with or not, they are noticed. And I think that it is important for people to participate in the democratic process that includes voting. I hope we see this amazing turnout at every election, at every level. And I hope that you continue to pay attention to municipal politics, because although things might not be happening right in your neighborhood, I would love to see this kind of attitude where, you know, we treat each other as neighbors spread right across the city, because I think that that's very important and it should be commended. With that being said, many of the questions that I had have been asked. I do want to address the tank farm concern. I did email our fire chief, and I did get a response from them. They have stated that From an emergency management perspective, they actively connect with, exercise with, and train with our industry partners, including Shell, who owns the tank farm on McNabb. Should an incident occur at the tank farm that requires an evacuation of the surrounding neighborhoods, we would work with all of our partners to ensure evacuations take place safely and timely. Additionally, there is more than one evacuation route out of Manitou Park. So I did take all of your comments very seriously and did try to have all of your questions answered. And that's one that I just really wanted to touch on. I did want to address also Ms. Bahai's question. I do feel really strongly about housing, and I do feel really strongly about my daughter and all of our children. When I say my daughter, I mean all of our kids being able to one day call Sault Ste. Marie home. And I don't think that we could do that without proper housing. So as Mayor Shoemaker has pointed out before, we are trying to bring doctors in. We are bringing in more professionals than ever from Algoma Steel, Tenaris, all across our industries. And they also need places to live. Now, with that being said, you asked how does this development address affordable housing crisis? Simply put, supply and demand. The more supply we can have, the better it is going to be as people vacate other properties. And as our supply rises, our costs are going to go down. So just in that respect. But to speak as a mom, I really want Leo to be able to call Sault Ste. Marie home, all of our kids. We have aging infrastructure all over the city. We need new housing. We need to be able to provide these kids with a growing, if the city does not grow, it's going to decline. And I don't think that that's anything that anybody in this gallery wants to see. We need continued growth. I think we need to see a growth mindset. And in the most respectful way, the not in my backyard, it just can't happen here. You know, we had one of your presenters speak tonight about 10 or 12 different properties that we could build on. And he basically said, build anywhere except Manitou Park. We can't have that. That is NIMBYism at its finest. And with that being said, I would like to work with residents to address these issues, including getting the all-way stop that we had, that one of you had discussed at Adeline, McNabb, and Frontenac, working on getting the third egress to leave Manitou Park and to get your properties properly ditched. Those are things that I can help you with and things that I want to help you with, along with Councillor Zagordo. We will work with you to do those things. So just because you're seeing development and change does not mean we're forgetting about you, that we are writing you off or any of those things. As this development grows, I would like to see your properties be well cared for as well. So with that being said, I will support this development with the holding provision. And if anyone has issues in the future with ditching, water, whatever, please feel free to use my email address and contact me. I will happily work for you in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief comment. I wanted to also thank everyone for coming out today. There has been a real positive effect in hearing how connected and how tightly woven neighbors are in Manitou Park. I think that's the strength of a neighborhood, and it's something that I love to see in Sault Ste. Marie. With that said, I happily live in a neighborhood that is less than 100 meters away from a 20-unit apartment building. I live in a neighborhood that has duplexes and triplexes and renters and single-family homes, and it has rich people and it has working class people, and it is a great neighborhood to live in, and it's a great neighborhood to raise two children in. I am very heartened to see a local development coming forward, a development that's well thought out, well considered, that has been very thoroughly vetted by staff and by impartial engineers. And I honestly believe that in the next few years, Manitou Park will be very lucky to have this development, and we'll be happy to see it because it is going to help to increase your property values, and it's going to increase the number of residents to help to advocate for the infrastructure improvements that Manitou Park wants to see. So I would hopefully offer you the encouragement that there are lots of great neighborhoods in Sault Ste. Marie that have renters, that have apartment buildings. And we all need to grow more of these places. As the gentleman who pointed out all the vacant land where we could build, I say, yes, let's do it. Let's build there too. All of these places need building in order for Sault Ste. Marie to expand. We need building in order for Sault Ste. Marie to see more affordability. And we need all of these spots available so that folks like Ms. Fisher, whose comments I really, really appreciated, continue to grow as stalwart citizens in our community. Thank you very much. I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So most of the questions I had and most of the comments I wanted to make have already been stated, so I won't rehash that. There's a couple of things I did want to address. First of all, I think every one of us who are new on council had an image in our minds when we showed up to council meetings that this is exactly what the gallery would look like for every discussion. And I cannot tell you how welcome that is to see this. You know, there's a few people who do come regularly, but it's very welcoming. It's very welcome for us to see all of you here and all of you engaged in the process. I hope that you guys all remain engaged as we move forward into the future. So thank you for that first and foremost and off the bat. I do want to address a couple of comments that were made and a couple of concerns that were made. First, there was a comment made, I don't see our population growing anywhere in the next 14 years. I disagree with that. And I disagree with that because there are people coming to our community every single day, and there are wonderful people in the gallery right now that prove that to be true. Our city is growing. New people are coming to our community. You have a very progressive council and you have very progressive leadership throughout our community, and we will continue to push for growth, and our community will see that growth. So I do strongly believe our community will be growing and will be prosperous in the next 14 years. And we need all of you to work with us to help us build the best place possible for people to be in our community. It was brought up that more development in a small neighborhood was going to lead to higher crime rates. Well, I'm going to tell you from experience, I'm sitting here with nearly 20 years of policing experience. That's simply not true. More neighbors that you have are more people that look out for each other. And it was really, really amazing for me to hear from multiple people in this room how close you are as a community and how you don't feel like neighbors, but you feel like friends and family. That's incredible. And that new people who came to your community were welcomed with open arms and became a part of your family and a part of your community. I fully believe that that's going to happen moving into the future. And lastly, before I close, I just want to say there was a comment made that certain members of council and perhaps the mayor don't have any empathy for individuals in that community. I'm going to tell you, as a person who observes council and a person who observes every day, I saw all of your emails come in. I read all of your emails come in. I don't know if I've seen in my short time on council, two people, Mayor Shoemaker and Councillor Caputo, answer more emails directly to residents to address their concerns than I saw on this project. I firmly believe that you have incredible representation for you and for your ward. And I have no doubt that that will continue as you move forward and as developments like this move forward in our community. I heard some great concerns that you have tonight regarding sidewalks, ditches, drainage, and other things. I'm telling you, those have not fallen on deaf ears. These individuals have heard it, and I have no doubt that they will work with you as things move forward to help ensure that those concerns are heard and addressed by city staff. Again, I want to thank you all for being here today. And I want to tell you that I do support this project going forward. I do support the growth of our community. And I know that all of you will be there for us as we move into the future and bring our city forward into the next generation. Thank you for being here and thank you for being engaged.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Any other Councillor Gardy?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to say thank you to everybody who spoke either as a either in for or against what's before us here this evening. I don't think we should lose sight of, first of all, the holding provision, because I think it's kind of integral to what we're discussing and to the concerns that many of the residents who were not in favor of the development have kind of in terms of mentioning their concerns, I think the holding provision can address many of those moving forward. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Tenazzo. Mr. Tenazzo, would you briefly and succinctly, would you mind just reminding us of that provision, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy. So holding provision, it's a part of the Planning Act. Essentially what it does is it freezes development, or it puts a hold on development until such time that certain technical matters are addressed. So in this case, the way the application is recommended is that the first plus or minus 28 units along the periphery, so that would be the townhouses and the semis, that could proceed. And there would have to be engineering and the studies that would have to proceed to do that. But the 20-unit apartment complex at the back cannot proceed until such time that the holding provision is removed, which means there's an application that gets made. It comes back before council, and there's a detailed review of the technical concerns, that being stormwater management and servicing.
Perfect. Thank you. Now, you know, as I read through this stuff in the lead up to the meeting, and I listened to some of those who have concerns speak, I understand how residents could be concerned and not necessarily equate increased dwellings and the capacity for the sewers to handle them, and comparing that to a school, right? So I want to note that I can only rely on the expertise of staff and the engineering reports to ensure that moving forward, the infrastructure is in place to be able to handle what needs to be handled. I just want to reiterate a couple of things that my colleagues said. One is Councillor Dufour mentioned that this is not going to decrease your property value. It will increase your property value. End stop. I also want to kind of reiterate something that Councillor Spina mentioned. You've spoken, many of you, about how close-knit you are. I think that bodes well for those newcomers to your neighborhood. I think you will grow to have more friendships, and as someone else mentioned, to have a greater critical mass of people to advocate for the beautiful, as you mentioned, and tranquil neighborhood that you have. I have no doubt that it will continue. And I'm looking forward to future developments such as this one in other areas of our community. I'll be obviously voting in favor. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. Any other councillors, questions or comments? Okay, I will just make my comments. That I've mentioned to a number of you who have written to me that I support the development previously, so it should be no big surprise that my support remains for this development. However, I want to just make clear there was some reporting on some back and forth correspondence that I had with one of the members of the neighborhood, and it makes it seem like this is an adversarial process, and it's really not. It's a community input process. I tried to respond to every single email that I received about the neighbors' concerns. I understand there are concerns. I think Councillor Caputo said it best. There are concerns that we can do things about, which ditching, sidewalks, road capacity, road width, those are all issues that council and your councillors specifically, Councillor Caputo and Councillor Zagordo, can help with when you contact them about those issues. But we also have to be concerned with our city as a whole and where we're going. And the number I think that was used was 100,000. Our planning report that's on our housing stock report, I should say, that's on our council agenda tonight is actually says we're headed for 83,000 residents by 2036, which means roughly an increase of 7,000 to 8,000 people. To accommodate that, we need roughly 4,000 houses. There were a number of units mentioned that are in the process of being built. I've tried to keep track of all those throughout the time that I've been on council. The units that have been named that are being built represent about 500 units. So that's not enough to get us there. We need 4,000 units. We've got 500 or so in development. So we need additional units to be developed throughout the community. And this is a spot where a private developer owns land. They're asking for us to rezone. There have been a number of schools that have been redeveloped and work excellent with their surrounding neighborhood. They were mentioned tonight: Pittsburgh Avenue, St. Teresa's, St. Anne's, AC Road. All have fit beautifully into the neighborhood as redeveloped, reimagined spaces. The I think most intriguing the most intriguing comments I heard tonight were from Ms. Duff, who mentioned that just a year ago she was looking for a place and the pickings were slim because of the price of everything. Adding more units will make that search easier in the future. And because she was able to find a place in Manitou Park, she's become a member of the community. And she's here advocating on behalf of the community, as we heard Councillor Gardy say, will almost certainly happen with the members of this development if it goes forward, if it's approved tonight, and if it ends up being developed. So I think that having new members of your community will be very similar to how you have welcomed the residents who have moved here recently. And that's the type of story we want. We want people who moved from out of town. We've now got a new taxpayer in the community. We'll have 49 or so new taxpayers if this development goes forward. And that will help not only with attraction from outside of our community, but it'll help with ability of Sioux College students to find units and ability of Algoma University students to find new units. And that doesn't mean that they will find these units specifically, but because someone sells their house on Panoramic or Pine or on Hugel Street and moves into one of these units, that'll open up a place for students to live. So there's a domino effect with any of these developments that benefits our community as a whole. For those reasons, I continue to support this development. And with that, I believe we are prepared for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. That brings us to 188 Bloor Street. Before, if it looks like there's going to be some people leaving, so we'll just take a minute or two. Okay, sir, we've got we've got council business to attend to. If you could please remove yourself. We've got continuing council meetings continuing council business to attend to. Please do not interrupt that.
Under agenda item 8.7.3, application A423Z 188 Bloor Street.
Please excuse yourself, sir.
I have a motion by councillors Vezo, Allen, and Bruni resolved that the report of the junior planner dated July 31, 2023 concerning zoning bylaw amendment application A423Z be received and that council approve the application subject to the following: rezone the subject property from low density residential to low density residential with a special exception. 2, in addition to those uses permitted in an R3 zone, permit a triplex, reduce the required exterior side yard setback from 4.5 meters to 3 meters for the triplex only, reduce the required number of parking spaces from 4 to 3 for the triplex only, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaws to effect the same.
Mr. Tenazzo, could you please provide a brief explanation of this rezoning application?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The subject property is on the northwest corner of Bloor Street and Parliament Street. There was a duplex on the property, but it was raised by fire and demolished earlier this year. And the applicant is now wishing to rezone it to permit a triplex on the property. And Mr. Brand Verhoeks, the applicant and owner, is present here this evening. Should council have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tenazzo. Mr. Verhoeks, anything to add to the planning department's comments?
Not at all. I think it's pretty fair.
Thank you, Mr. Verhoeks. Is there anyone here to speak who wishes to speak in support of Mr. Verhoeks' application? Okay, seeing none, is there anyone here who wishes to speak in opposition to Mr. Verhoeks' application? Okay, seeing none, any council questions? You have a question? Yes, Councilor Bruni.
When will the developer start this? Will it be this year or next?
Your hands at the moment.
Tomorrow morning?
Absolutely, if I could.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Bruni. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we have a vote on the matter. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
And item 8.7.4, application A623Z 1281 Great Northern Road. A motion by councillors Dufour and Kinnock. Resolved that the report of the junior planner dated July 31, 2023 concerning zoning bylaw amendment application A623Z be received and that council approve the application subject to the following. Rezone the subject property from highway zone with special exception to highway zone with an amended special exception to, in addition to those uses permitted in a highway zone, permit professional, scientific and technical services and waive the surface treatment requirements outlined in zoning bylaw 2005-150 section 5.2.2 for the professional, scientific and technical services parking only, and that the legal department be requested to prepare the necessary bylaw to effect the same.
Mr. Tenazzo, I'll turn it to you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The subject property is located on the southwest corner of Great Northern Road and 4th Line East. It's currently occupied by an Onofrio stone and granite decor. And the applicant is seeking a rezoning to permit a 1,300 square foot engineering office. The recommendation is to approve. And Mr. John Onofrio is here. Should council have any questions? Thank you.
Welcome to council, Mr. Onofrio. Did you have anything to add to what Mr. Tenazzo's given us today?
Thank you. Once again, I don't have any questions. It's quite straightforward.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Mr. Tenazzo, I had one. My general understanding or recollection was that in a commercial zone, there's 10% that's allowed for office space, kind of as a blanket rule. Does this exceed the 10% or am I misunderstanding the rule?
No, Mr. Mayor, I think that's where it depends on the zone. This is a highway zone, which is kind of a quasi commercial industrial zone, and office space actually as a main use is or a standalone use is not a permitted use.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. Any other questions on this matter? Okay, seeing none. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Sorry, I didn't ask if there was anyone to speak in opposition to this application. Okay, there are none. Anyone here to speak in favor of it? Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Onofrio. Thank you. That brings us to Mr. Nadeau, who's got a homelessness update for us. Welcome to council, Mr. Nadeau. Welcome to council, Mr. Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I also have Annette Katamajaki, who is the executive director with CMHA, and Dorothy Codd, who is the director with Nigon Services. And they're part of our plan and our team for the future. I just wanted to start with a quick update or overview of the homelessness system in 2013. There was only a youth shelter at Pauline's Place. There was no men's shelter. There was no women's shelter. And in 2014, we started to make some changes to that. We transitioned Pauline's Place into a family and youth shelter in 2014. In 2019, we moved them to the former Steelton Community Center and renovated that space where they operate 30-bed shelter right now and 8 transition units. In 2019, we also implemented a $20 an hour minimum wage for shelter workers. Prior to that, minimum wage was the standard at our shelter operation. So we made a significant investment in the workers and the staff members that were there. In 2021, St. Vincent Place exited the men's shelter business during the pandemic, and CMHA became a partner with social services and began operating the former Verde shelter that many of you are familiar with. Our homelessness system at a glance. So we have a homelessness prevention team, and it is many agencies and community members and staff that work very, very closely to provide wraparound services and a housing first approach to serving the homelessness population. The homelessness system includes use of shelters, supportive housing services, a rent utility bank, rent supports, rent supplements, and case management services. We receive our funding from municipalities, the City of Sault Ste. Marie, Prince Township, and the Sault North Planning Board, Ontario and Canada, and use the resources in a variety of ways for a variety of community partners. Our mandate is to provide affordable housing and services to those who are homeless or at risk of becoming homeless. And as we heard today, earlier from Jessica, said our services are far and wide, and they impact many, many people in a variety of ways. I really want to make this clear to council and to the community. Often we get asked about some of the people that are homeless that are maybe walking on the streets or going into businesses and or other things. And they ask us what we're going to do about that. Social services provides housing. Our job is to provide housing and shelter services to people who are homeless. Homelessness is not a crime unto itself. People have human rights. Our community members. So what we do is we provide shelters and we provide supportive housing units, but people are under no obligation to use said services, and they're no obligation to stay in those services. What we try to do is to provide services in a safe and welcoming way to encourage people to engage in our housing and social services so that we can start to get them formally helped through maybe their addiction or some of their mental health needs. In this year, we received some good news. In 2022-23, before, our budget was $1.8 million. We wrote a report to the board in 2022. We outlined that to deal with the current homelessness crisis that we were seeing within the community, we required an additional $6.8 million. In this year's budget, the provincial budget, they allocated an additional $200 million towards homelessness in Ontario. Of that, Sault Ste. Marie received $3.2 million in additional funding. So we got about approximately half of what we were asking from our board. It will not end homelessness in the city, but it will help. It will help dramatically. Our plan will be to increase supportive housing units across the community, increase funding for the Indigenous community, increase homelessness prevention team supports, increase housing assistance, increase to make strategic capital investments and retrofits that will position us well for the future. Currently, we have a rent bank, and that's for people who are struggling and they may be behind in their utilities, they may be behind in their rent. We're increasing that for this year from $112,500 to $547,000. So it is a significant investment or increase in that rent bank. One of the biggest things that we can do to stop some of the people from in the homelessness crisis is to prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. We're also providing developing a new youth portable housing benefit. The board approved $300,000 to be allocated towards a youth rent supplement. And when we consulted with the community about our youth homelessness needs, we've been working with Children's Aid Society and Nagda Windeman, who's the Indigenous Child Welfare organization. We asked if we had $300,000, would you like us to go deep or would you like us to spread it across many people? They recommended that we try to help as many people through a deeper subsidy than trying to sprinkle it around. So we're going to allocate this $300,000 to approximately 25 youth. So make sure that we can get them as they're aging out of child welfare rather than getting into the street. We can give them a rent supplement in a place through the private rental market that is not in some of the challenging areas of town, which have depressed rents, which will ultimately is to try to pull them out of some of their current lifestyle. We'll also have allocated again $95,000 to a tenant support worker. And that support worker is someone who works for social services, and their job is to make sure that people that once we get them housed, remain housed. Our agency was the first agency in Northern Ontario to develop a chronically homeless waitlist category. So we can prioritize people who are chronically homeless and get them into our housing community faster than anyone else. We've housed through that program, we've housed over 100 people since 2018. So it is doing really, really good work. One of the new items that's coming online this year, and we're extremely proud and extremely excited about it, is we're investing $550,000 into Indigenous support services through Naganin. And I'd ask if Dorothy could just come up and briefly explain their service model to you.
Ani Bojo, Dorothy Ko Dishnakas, Donjanaki, the Mamaweswin North Shore Tribal Council, Anishinagama and Dow. Naganin Services. Gichinenda Mampiaa. I'm happy to be here tonight, and I'm the Anishinaabe Program Manager with Naganin Services, which is under the North Shore Tribal Council umbrella. Naganin Services, I think likely is a new agency or a new name that may not have been heard within Sault Ste. Marie, so I'll share briefly a little bit about that. Naganin Services was established under the North Shore Tribal Council in 2006 and services approximately 5,000 people within the First Nation communities between Sudbury and Sault Ste. Marie. That includes Atikmikshing, Wanapate, Sagamuk, Serpent River, Mississauga, Thessalon, Garden River, Batchewana. We are the service delivery agent for Ontario Works, Ontario Disability Support Program within the communities. We also offer Employment Ontario services, Youth Job Connect services, and literacy and basic skill services under our Minnepapotsita programming. And we also offer addiction and mental health services under our Nishna program, which is the program that I manage. We have a wide array of land-based services that include pre-treatment, treatment, and aftercare, which have grown immensely in the past few years and have shown really favorable outcomes for many, many community members. We also are the first Indigenous-run mobile Service Ontario trailer, which travels up and down the North Shore, providing that service to rural communities to ensure that it's available. Naganin in general strives to leave no one behind. So we have come up with this program alongside DSAB to support our community members that we know live within Sault Ste. Marie. It will create many opportunities for community members to access culturally appropriate services and safe services, and also establish and create those pathways for them to return home, to rebuild relationships and a sense of community and sense of identity, and to find the healing and recovery that's needed in many situations. So the program that we are planning to provide within the designated service areas that the DSAB has asked us to include the shelters and the hubs, the bridge units, as well as the new community center. And with that, we have a well-established family program, which we operate under Indian and Daja Tikokan is the name. And in translation, that means the place where we take our first steps. And often in any sort of recovery or healing, we take new first steps. And to do that, we have to do that with the family. So our family program is well established, and we've been in operation since September 2000. And we have a established group format of programs that we're going to be offering in the shelters and in the hubs, which will allow community members, all community members that are in that establishment, to access that group work at that time. If there's appropriate community members that want to move into our services and access the full Access North Shore Tribal Council's full capacity of services, they can do so if they're appropriate. And then we can start to create those pathways. In turn, it will also support the shelters that are there as well, knowing that that regular programming is coming in. So we'll be able to employ 2 facilitators, program facilitators that can provide those supports weekly. And then they can be almost the filter to see who can come in for the more case management, counseling, and recovery planning supports as well. We'll also be providing the homelessness prevention team support with providing workshops to the team directly as well on a monthly basis. And that will broaden the capacity within that team in a culturally safe way to give them knowledge and understanding about the services available, as well as just general understanding knowledge. The actual services are rooted in the 4 natural laws of kindness, sharing, truth, and strength. And it ties in best practices and psychoeducational workshops that are rooted in emotion-focused family therapy modalities. So it's a nice balance between tying in traditional ways and ceremony and knowledge with some more mainstream practices as well. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you, Dorothy. We're also investing $130,000 of the 5.1 million into additional case management services. We're working with partners right now just to try to determine where we'll allocate that money to as well. Typically, social services does not directly deliver a lot of our services. As a service manager, the province funds us, and then we partner with a variety of agencies that have the capacity and skill sets to be able to provide their strength programs. We're also investing an additional $27,000 in the Downtown Ambassador program. I know this council is very familiar with that, which is approximately a 25% increase to the existing. I have to make an impression, right? So we're investing an additional 27,000 into the DAPS so that we can expand the hours of that wonderful program that's operated by CMHA. Within our homelessness system itself, $575,000 is being allocated to Pauline's Place, and they provide 24/7 shelter operations to women, youth, and family members. We also have 8 transition units that are located within Pauline's Place, so they serve up to 38 people and family members within that facility. And we're really proud of the work that Pauline's Place has been doing. They have marvelous staff, and we're looking at how we can strengthen just the services to women in our community. My team's working on that right now, and we'll hopefully be making some additional announcements and investments within the 24 budget year. We're also very excited to open the Community Resource Center. Many of you will be well aware that the Neighborhood Resource Center on Gore Street closed during the pandemic. And that was a police-led initiative originally that started in 2013, 2014, which was a multi-agency hub to provide services to marginalized people. When that building closed during the pandemic, we heard loud and clear from our partners that they wanted us to continue to provide some type of community resource center. So we bought the former school it was a former Sacred Heart. We've transitioned that into a men's shelter. So there'll be 22 shelter beds located within that. We're also having 22 transition units within that facility. So there'll be 44 people living there. But on the basement floor, there's going to be a community resource center, and all of our partners are coming together to work to provide services to homeless folks. So like CMHA will be operating out of there, Niigaaniin will be operating out of there, social services staff, Dr. McLean will have a medical facility there, Algoma Public Health. It's just a marvelous place where people can come and get services at one central location to try to help the community. We also invest $118,000 into Harvest Algoma. Harvest Algoma provides meals for the community and food for the whole community. The $118,000 helps them provide some transport, but it also they prepare the meals and deliver them to our shelter services. So whenever we are making investments in the community, we try to make sure that we make an investment in a way that allows for continuous community improvement rather than just trying to hire a cook for our shelter staff.
We will be making additional investments in supportive housing. Everyone knows, I hope people are aware, we require additional supportive housing. We had a consultant that worked with us and identified that there was a need for a minimum of 80 supportive housing units across the community to serve the current homelessness population. At 137 East Street, there's 13 units there. We're going to be adding an additional $180,000 into that facility, so that the John Howard Society is the partner that will operate that service, so that they can increase the number of support hours to people that are living in that housing community. We're also adding an additional $85,000 to Pauline's Place to put another 35 hours of support in for the transition units that are working there. And the Community Resource Center, which would be operated by CMHA, will have an additional $768,000. I'm going to ask if Annette can come up and just talk about some of the services that they provide for the shelter staff directly and the transition unit.
Good evening. CMHA has been running the men's shelter now for about a year at the Verde, as Mike has said, and we're very much looking forward to the new shelter opening up within the next month or so. As Mike said, there are going to be 22 shelter beds, which is down from 35, but there will be an additional 22 bridge units, which of course brings it up to 44. What we have is a staffing at the shelter of 2 shelter staff, 2 mental health and addictions workers on site whenever the shelter is open, plus security. What we have found, and as you probably know, is that a lot of folks who are homeless and using shelter, especially the guys, do have a mental health and or addictions issue. And so by having mental health workers on site that are grounded in mental health and addictions work, who either have a college or university degree in that field, plus special training that we are able to give them, we are able to help the guys along in their recovery journey quicker, and hopefully get them transitioned into housing if they so choose to be housed. The shelter will be open when the resource center is closed. So that means probably about 4:30 in the afternoon until 8:30 in the morning. As I said, is 22 beds, and it will be 24/7 on the weekends. So that means from 4:30 on Friday till 8:30 in the morning. The bridge units will be also located at the resource center. And these are basically small living arrangements where folks have their own room, their own things. They rent it. It's a program offered by the DSAB. And again, CMHA will be staffing those units. Those units will be staffed 24/7, 7 days a week. Again, we'll have 2 workers on site. One will be a mental health worker and one will be a peer worker. Peer worker are those folks who have a lived experience, who've gone through their own recovery, who are doing very well. Again, they have either a diploma or a certificate in addictions and mental health. And together they will be working with the people in the bridge units to help them bridge themselves into more traditional housing. So to kind of lessen the support available to them and hopefully transition them into the new housing opportunities we'll have, because we have more housing available, which is an issue in our community for sure. And then the whole community resource center will be there, as Mike has said, and it'll be supporting not only those 44 men, but it'll be supporting the neighborhood. It'll be, again, hopefully a welcoming place where folks can come, where folks will understand that it could be any of us living in shelter tomorrow, given the right, wrong circumstances, where everybody is there to support each other in their own recovery journey to be the best person they can, to show our community that people living in shelter, people living marginally, are residents of our community, they're citizens of our community. They deserve to have a nice new place to live. And I know that that shelter will provide a much better environment for the men to grow and to live and to hopefully look for more. So again, I reflect on, Jessica, your comments around the right for everybody to have decent housing, to be respected, to be treated as a human. Kindness goes a long way. Thank you.
Like I said, we're also doing some capital investments this year, and we're trying to transition some assets to be able to provide services 2024 and beyond. What we're looking at doing at 101 Chapel Avenue, which is a building that the Housing Corporation owns. We're going to be renovating the common area in one of the wings, which will allow us to bring 10 additional supportive housing units online once that renovation is done strategically in the future. We're looking at Anna Street at putting, we purchased a house on Anna Street, and Naganin is going to be staffing that through an aftercare model. So people that are in a really good space in recovery and working with, it's part of our transition plan. What we want to be able to do is take people from shelter into transitional housing, treatment, wherever, and then eventually we want to get people into their own independent living so that they're moving through the system. The Community Resource Center will be receiving $276,000 this year. We're working with the grounds. There's designs going on right now where we're putting fencing and shrubbery and just trying to make it a space that is it supports the people that are living there. When we close the current men's shelter, we had to allocate $99,000 to that facility. As we start to transition into the new shelter and have the old one open, there's a bit of double cost there as we start to open the new one up. And then there'll be some minor renovations that we need to make at the current shelter before we turn that lease space back over to the former owner. And we also are making an investment of $275,000 into Pauline's Place. Currently, right now, the shelter at Pauline's Place has families and women and living in one kind of common area. We're separating the families. We're renovating a space in there so that the families have a separate place to reside or to stay whenever they're using the shelter, just to make it a little bit more friendly for the families. And then finally, I wanted to end on encampments. Many people across the community are noticing that there is increased encampments within the city of Sault Ste. Marie. We have the homelessness prevention team, and we're working with Malcolm and the city staff and police so that whenever there's encampment, the role of social services is to go and meet the folks that are maybe staying in a tent or in the encampment and try to provide service outreach, trying to develop a relationship with people and get them to engage in the formal services rather than going into the encampment. Can you come to the shelter? Can you engage in the formal service so we can get you housed and housed properly? So that is an ongoing, and we're doing that on the daily. That's kind of a high level. We were asked to do a 10-minute presentation. I know we're over that, but it's very, very difficult to do a really good job at presenting all the work that our staff are doing, because the people that we work with are heavily, heavily invested in this in this area. I said I would dare any other community I would challenge any community. The people that work for us and work with us on our housing and homelessness system. They are passionate people. They're very caring people. They're really, really smart. And I would put them up against anybody. I said, I cannot say enough about the whole team that works in this file. So we'll end the presentation. I'm not sure if there's questions from council, Mr. Mayor, or not.
Yes, there are. Thank you. Mr. Louise Nadeau. We've got Councillor Hollingsworth who's got questions.
Thank you. Thank you to all three of you for coming tonight. Homeless, I did some research. Homeless Hub, which is York University, states that homelessness costs the Canadian economy at least $7 billion annually, which takes into consideration the cost of social services that we use, healthcare, policing, and so forth. So it's just absolutely wonderful that you're here tonight to update us on all the positives. And I know that you have a large, huge team behind you, Mr. Nadeau and Annette, that are working very hard in helping us through this. You mentioned your presentation about the homeless population. What is the current homeless population at the present moment for Sault Ste. Marie?
That's a difficult question to answer. Just in 2021, we did a point in time count, and it was roughly 244 individuals that we identified as homeless. We've moved from doing a count once every year, once every 2 years, to now we have a by names list. So every time someone registers with a shelter or goes into an agency that's working within the system, they're put into a database so that we can track people. I believe there was about 159 people that were on the database actively the last time that I looked. It was about a week and a half ago.
Okay. And out of curiosity, out of those, how many would you say approximately are repeat? I know that, again, we're working very hard to make sure that they go through the transition, but do you see a lot of repeat people that they're in the home, in the shelter, they seem to be on the right path, and then they exit and then they come back? Do you see a repeat?
The 159 individuals that I mentioned, those are unique individuals. So that's the number of unique people. But yes, a lot of times people will come to shelter, we'll get them housed, and without the supports, oftentimes they'll end up back in shelter. It's critical that the healthcare system be funded properly, and that Niganin, our Surrey Hospital, whoever, have the proper funding from the province to be able to provide the services and the supports. Because without supports, oftentimes people can't make it independently from the current state that they're in. If they have supports and they begin working, they can get to a place where there is independent living oftentimes.
So true. As you are all the experts, but from my understanding, the starting point is to make sure they have a safe place to live and then start to provide the other necessities from the health, food, and so forth. Is that correct?
We try to provide follow a housing first model. For most people that works. So you don't have to be quote unquote sober to receive a housing supplement. We make sure that we try to work with people where they're at and get them housed. Oftentimes someone will have to get into the shelter system currently, quite simply because there is not enough supportive housing within the community. The plan that we have is bringing more supportive housing online. There will be more supportive housing announcements coming in 2024, 2025 as that stock gets built or renovated.
Okay. I just have two more questions. You mentioned about youth and you mentioned about prevention. Can you elaborate on the youth homelessness? Can you define what is a youth? Are you looking at a teenager? And can you give me two examples why we're seeing an increase in youth homelessness?
So whenever we're talking about youth, we're talking about under 24 is our set. And I'd really like Dorothy to answer that question if she may, because we have 65% of the homeless population identifies as Indigenous. So I think that there's some history that may be impacting, and maybe Dorothy would be better off answering that question if she feels.
I can take a crack at it, but can you repeat the question one more time?
Sure. In the presentation tonight, there was a focus on prevention around the youth homelessness, and it seems like youth homelessness is on the increase. Can you give me two examples why we may be seeing this?
For the community members that are often in the care of child welfare, as they age out, the availability of services declines, and also the willingness to engage in services, whether they're appropriate or not appropriate, or just not to engage with youth on the level that they need to be engaged with. It's just not always a good fit. So I believe that the aging out process from the child welfare system is one of the huge feeders into youth homelessness, as well as disconnection from the family. So when you have families that are broken apart because of addiction, because of trauma, because of mental health issues, it dramatically impacts those children and how they move forward. So we know that when their first use of a substance is 12 years or younger, we can predict that their future outcomes are dramatically impacted in a negative way when it comes to addiction and domestic violence and all those other things that kind of are on that path for them. So those earlier interventions are key. And I believe, more from an opinion base, the earlier we can connect with youth in a meaningful way, connect them to their identity and to their culture and to the things that mean most, even connecting to the language, Anishinaabe for many Indigenous community members along the North Shore. When we can connect youth to their language and they can feel pride in who they are, and then find their path in a good way, rooted in those four natural laws of kindness, sharing, truth, and strength, it really does create a pathway to a brighter future and where they can move forward in a good way.
Okay, great. Hopefully maybe in the future we can have update on more youth programs, because I agree with all of you. We need to invest in our youth. We need to be preventive of youth. One last question. If I may say, Mr. Nadeau, it's wonderful to hear that we have services that are 24/7. so often I have constituents that will call me and say, oh, there's only services available 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Can you please re-emphasize that we do have services 24/7 to those people that are homeless, that are looking for some mental health? I think it's important for viewers at home to know that they don't shut the doors to wonderful services at Friday at 5 o'clock. Please debunk that myth.
So there are several services that do operate past the 8:30 to 4:30, 9 to 5 protocol. One of the programs that you all know of is the Downtown Ambassadors Program. So we have people on the street until at least 7 o'clock at night, looking at expanding that, and on the weekends as well, Saturdays and Sunday. The shelter will be open from 4:30 until 8:30, so that's overnight. And on the weekends, it will be 24/7. There are some supportive housing supportive housing units. We run 10, they're 24/7, and those folks are supported 24/7. So there's more and more coming up. There is going to be a youth hub, which is opening up within the next couple of months. And again, it won't be an 8:30 to 4:30. Must be my bedtime or something. It won't be the typical 8:30 to 4:30 timeline either. It will be evenings and weekends, because that's when youth need the services. So we're seeing more and more services coming up online, much needed, not enough yet, but we're working on it for sure.
Thank you again. I know it's a lot of hard work and you're doing behind the scenes. So thank you to you and all your team members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Vezo-Allen.
Just a thank you and a comment. Thanks, Mike and Annette and Dorothy. It's just, we really wanted you to come and appreciate the time. And I know you had a long wait with planning beforehand. And this is just proof that the hard work that happens behind the scenes is coming to fruition. And collaboration is really important to help our most vulnerable. So I just wanted to say thank you. I know you're taking a lot of time out of your off time to come here, and we really appreciate the information, and thanks so much. And Mike, I also want to put a shout out to Joanne and the team, frontline workers. It's not an easy job, and I've seen them and the work that they do, and really speaks to the leadership and the dedication of all the staff. So just thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vezo-Allen. Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions tonight. In my other capacity as the chair of the Social Services Board, I'm very familiar with this plan, but it's actually with that hat that I just wanted to extend a warm thank you and a warm welcome to Dorothy for joining us tonight. Dorothy, the services that your organization provides, I have been admiring from afar for some time, and it's very exciting to see your organization come into Sault Ste. Marie and to be able to offer those services to clients that we share, folks from your home communities who are in Sault Ste. Marie. It's really encouraging to sit here and to listen to you describe some of the services that will be available to them, and I know that it'll be something that's going to make a significant impact for a number of folks. So thank you very much for being here, and wish you all the best of luck for your organization. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Nett and Mike and Dorothy for coming in to give us this important information. Just a couple of things. We know, like any other community across North America, we have a housing shortage. But one of the things that is an oversight, and forgive me if you mentioned this, I did step out for a few moments, are that like homes and dwellings that we have aren't capitalized on to the extent that they could be, right? Because we have the overhoused, which presents a challenge, right? In your report, you talked about, how there are, seniors living in homes that have 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, right? And one way to mitigate or to capitalize on that would be to the building of more 1 or 2 bedroom apartment buildings, right? Which is something that we're aiming for. Could you just kind of elaborate on that a bit as to how Sault Ste. Marie compares to other communities in relation to it's overhoused? Is it as similar to other places across the province?
Councillor Gardy, you are hitting on a point that's in our agenda. It's the housing needs assessment, which is prepared by the planning department, however. And I'm sure Mr. Natto's a bit familiar with it, but I think that question's probably best directed to.
I'll wait on that.
Perfect, Mr. Who we'll get to momentarily. If you have any comment on kind of generally how we can better utilize the housing stock in our community to meet the needs of homelessness or affordable housing, I think we would welcome that discussion.
Don't want to take us down a side road, but our board's been leading and championing the renovations, some of the areas of the town, of the community that need their housing to be revitalized, invested in a really unique way. Sault Ste. Marie has a an affordable home ownership program. We are the only community in Ontario, and we believe in Canada, that will purchase homes in need of repair, renovate them through an Ontario Works training program, and sell them to a homeowner such as Jessica here, who's living in our housing community, and try to back the mortgage to set people up for success. So we are doing some innovative things. It's just been really slowed during the pandemic, but revitalization, investing in stock is something that the decent support.
Councillor Gardy, any other questions?
I did. I had one more question, and I think it is mentioned, and I just missed it. But for my sake, in terms of those that identify currently or over the last little while as Indigenous homeless population, do you have a percentage? We had at one point
the point in time count that we did in 2021 was 65%. The last stat that I had was 57% from the shelters, but we know that we're missing folks that are not going into shelter. But there is an overrepresentation of Indigenous community members.
Any other councillors' questions? Mr. Dufour, or Mr. Dufour, can't get that tonight, Mr. Natto. I wanted to kind of draw a correlation between a couple of points in your slideshow. On slide 4, you had this very clear statement that people are not and cannot be mandated to stay in shelters or supportive housing units. And then on your last slide, you talk about encampments. Encampments are getting a lot of attention, as you note, rightfully so, because it's a need in our community. People are in need of housing. When you get a call, or your team gets a call, or we get a call about an encampment that exists, what do you do?
So our homelessness prevention team has organized in a way that during the days of the week that we're open on the Monday to Fridays, our office, that each organization is assigned a time slot. So when there's an encampment and a new encampment, a different organization, different team member will go out and make contact. What we do is we try to make sure that we're going out there and developing a rapport, developing a relationship with people. Oftentimes they're known to the staff members that are working in the homelessness system, and just try to encourage them to engage in the formal system. So we don't have the authority, power, and I don't think it's a role for social services to close encampments. What we try to do is to make sure that things are documented, that we're offering a portable housing benefit to folks, that we're trying to get them into the shelter. So the role is to try to get them to voluntarily move from the place maybe staying into a more formal setting, that then the service providers, such as my partners behind me, can engage and start to work with people to get them housed and permanently housed.
Okay, no, that's excellent. And it, I believe, has been working well from all evidence that I've seen thus far.
It's busy. It's challenging work, but I do believe we have the right team involved. So, but again, I want to just make sure that we're telling the community the homelessness and housing crisis at such an acute level that we need provincial and federal investment further than what, even though we have another $3.2 million, our plan called for an additional $6 million. So I think just ask this council is how do we speak from one voice, from one perspective, and make sure that we're speaking to our MP or MPP, the Premier, the Prime Minister, to make sure that Sault Ste. Marie story, even though it's not unique, just want to make sure that it's being told, and all of our applications for housing have as much political support as we can to try to bring new services into the community.
Yeah, thank you. And just on the services in the community, I want to echo some of what Councillor Dufour said specifically to Negaunee. The lack of withdrawal and treatment services that exist in Sault Ste. Marie and have existed for quite some time has gotten a lot of attention. But rarely mentioned is the fact that Negaunee provides land-based treatment services and withdrawal services outside of our community in Thessalon, Blind River, I believe, and probably Manitoulin Island, I think, as well. Not Manitoulin Island, okay, Thessalon and Blind River. So that there is, there are services available in our region that are being provided by community partners. So we should recognize and thank those service providers for being there to help people, not just in our area, but across the Algoma district. So thank you all for your presentations. Thank you. So council on Queen Street, which is our next agenda item. We've got just procedurally, I will explain how we're going to tackle this. We've got a motion at 9.2 that is from Councillor Spina and Hollingsworth with respect to a number of things that, if passed, would essentially negate the need to pass the staff motion, or would really put it off into the future. And so what I suggest we'll do is have Deputy CAO Ver present the slideshow that he has, Carl Romuel, our Director of Engineering, present the slideshow that's been prepared on the improvements. Then we will tackle the Spina Hollingsworth motion. If that fails, then we will move to the staff motion or any other motions that are put forward with respect to Queen Street at that point. And we've got, after Carl's presentation, we will have the Downtown Association. Thank you. I'm being reminded here of all the things I've missed. After the Carl's presentation, we'll have Nick Rossett, the chair of the Downtown Association, present the survey results from his membership that have been conducted over the last couple of weeks. So with all that, unless I see any objection to that path forward, we will tackle it in that way. Okay. So let's start with Mr. Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we presented or put together a presentation to augment the reports that came on July 10th and July 31st with recommending the Queen Street conceptual design be adopted by council. So we're going to touch on project rationale, touch on some benefits, go over our public consultation process that we undertook to date, look at the design concepts, and review some phasing alternatives that could be possible. Talk about the cost of the concepts, and then also talk about the Spring Street project, which was another part of the design assignment, as well as a summary and what our recommendations are. Next slide, please. So for rationale, essentially Queen Street, we're looking for a new surface on the road, new boulevards, new paving brick, new walkways along Queen Street. They've all lived their useful life. On the walkways, we're really looking for dedicated pedestrian facilities, concrete sidewalks. There are no sidewalks on Queen Street. It is not a very accessible environment From, I think from Gore to Dennis, there is sidewalk on both sides of the road. But other than that, it's just paving brick, and it's old and it's uneven. And so we're really looking to enhance the sidewalk component. The streetlight infrastructure needs to be replaced on Queen. Trees have succumbed to disease over the course of the life. They need to be replaced. And overall, the streetscaping is 40 years old on Queen Street. Next slide. So Queen Street's, in our view, the community's most important downtown thoroughfare in the heart of the downtown. It's one of the most visible streets that outside members of the public would, or not members of the public would see, like tourists and residents. When people come to Sault Ste. Marie, have never been here before, they likely come to the downtown area, and that's the impression they're left with. It serves many local businesses, including restaurants, bars, hotels, gift shops. Just a statement here. The health and vitality of Queen Street is inextricably linked to the health and vitality of the community. Next slide, please. So the downtown is the only geographic area specifically mentioned in our current corporate strategic plan. We are striving to create a vibrant and attractive downtown that contributes to the vitality and resiliency of our city. Downtown areas play a central role in defining the character of our city. And further to that, the downtown revitalization is a goal of future SSM community development strategy as well. On benefits, again, to enhance accessibility in the downtown, incorporate active transportation features, the real need for continuous sidewalks along Queen Street, modernizing and enhancing downtown aesthetics, providing merchants with an opportunity to activate the public spaces, like being the boulevards in front of their business with patios and such, create unique treatments for key areas. That would be, say, unique treatments for our new downtown plaza, or treatments entering the downtown, or maybe our arena district. Next slide. So our process to date, for the conceptual design, we started with a request for proposal. We received 3 submissions from engineering firms with engineers, urban planners, landscape architects. AECOM was selected as our consultant, and we did some data collection, presented that to the consultant, did a renew and analysis of what's on Queen Street, like a detailed cataloging of what's underground and above ground on Queen Street, to develop initial conceptual design options. Then through 3 neighborhood meetings, public consultation, we met twice in 2022 and once again in June of this year. We took public feedback to further revise each of the design options. So that led us to what was presented to council on July 10th and again tonight. So again, on a design overview, we're essentially looking for a new asphalt road, curbs, sidewalks, paving stones in the boulevards, planters. And when I say planters, I don't mean above ground planters. These are underground structures that house the tree roots, allows trees to live in an urban environment where there's only hard surfaces, as well as street furnishings, planting of the trees themselves, new street lighting, traffic signal upgrades, and there are some repairs in some isolated spots along the 1.8 kilometers where we require sanitary and storm sewer repairs, potentially water main. The next slide is an example of what we're proposing. We're identifying the areas where parking would be required, as well as areas where enhanced boulevard treatments and streetscaping, such as trees and benches. This is just a section between Spring and Brock. Next slide. So this is a cross section showing the design that we're proposing. This would be in an area where there is parking. So we're proposing 2 3.3 meter wide lanes. That's a minimum width that we felt comfortable going to. There's a 1.5 meter bicycle lane dedicated on the north side, parking on both sides in the dedicated parking areas, as well as some boulevard space and a 1.8 meter accessible sidewalk on both sides of the road. Next slide is the same illustration, but without the parking. So this would be where the added boulevard width for trees and public spaces, patios, could be incorporated. But again, the 3.3 meter lanes with a 1.5 meter bike lane. For phasing alternatives, we presented in July 10th that we suggested that it be phased over 3 years, which this isn't critical to the project. It could be broken up into larger or smaller projects. Staff do recommend that first phase, if we were to start, would be in the middle section to line up with the newly constructed downtown plaza. So this would approximately be like Bruce to Brock Street, could shift it down a block east to Elgin or something like that. But generally the middle section would be the first phase that we would suggest doing. Other phases could be shorter or pushed back to better fit in with budget years. Council may wish to just do that middle section. It would be approximately $6 million in 2024. Schedule other phases in future capital transportation programs could accommodate, or when funding opportunities become available. Next slide, please. So some other considerations, street lighting, as I mentioned, PUC is the owner of the streetlight infrastructure, but we do pay for the streetlights and their replacement. There's a recommendation of the PUC at the time of construction to replace the street lighting, including the cables, luminaires from East Street to Gore Street. Staff could look at opportunities with respect to street lighting. It was recently upgraded to LED, so we could possibly look at saving luminaires and just doing poles. There may be opportunities to save a little bit of money on that. There is also the section between PIM and in East Street, which is it's newer decorative lighting. We would look to possibly keep that street lighting in that section, which may be a little bit of a savings. As far as lane configurations, staff is still of the opinion that reducing Queen Street to one lane is not a viable option. It would not work well in a downtown arterial street with city buses, delivery vehicles being required, emergency services, even right down to just a broken down vehicle with a flat tire. If you had one lane, and there are no slip around opportunities with this streetscaping plan, hard surfaces and trees and benches right up to the road, it would keep an arterial road. It would be ground to an absolute halt. And that's not something we recommend. We can explore further discussions regarding temporary closure of lanes and additional width that could be used on a temporary basis or pilot projects, as mentioned in the other reports, for bicycles and pedestrians. As far as streetscaping and parking, staff have been and will continue to refine through the detailed design phase of the work with merchants to accurately locate where parking is desired by the merchants, as well as where the patio spaces are. We've heard from a lot of them. We haven't heard from all the owners. Staff will review also areas of streetscaping. Most of this is pretty high end, like paving brick, and that there may be opportunities to value manage some of the materials. And often through the tendering process, we get really good feedback from our contractors. Like looking back on Bay Street, we managed to value manage well over $1 million down on that project just through consultation with our successful bidder, and still ended up with a pretty good product. Again, to make the point, the council will have future opportunities to make decisions prior to awarding contracts. With respect to the two-way versus one-way traffic, in 2017 and 2018, we completed the downtown traffic study, which was done as a municipal class environmental assessment. It's a Class EA. You've heard us throw that term around. It was under a Schedule B undertaking. We evaluated several alternatives, considering vehicular traffic, active transportation, socioeconomic, economic, and the cultural environment, as well as obviously the natural environment and cost. As a result of that evaluation, there was two public open houses. We hired IBI Group from Toronto, did that study. Cost about $100,000 to do that study. The evaluation resulted in a recommended EA decision or EA alternative to being maintaining one-way traffic throughout the downtown roads, Wellington, Albert, Queen, and Bay, reducing Bay to 2 lanes with a multi-use path and much enhanced streetscape on Bay, as well as resurfacing reconstruction of Queen with renewed downtown features like streetscaping. So there's a website there that has the project, the downtown traffic study project. All of the documents are there. I encourage you to have a look at that. So impacts of two-way conversion. Essentially, we looked at Queen Street through the downtown traffic study. We looked at all of the one-way streets. It ended up being further refined to just Bay and Queen. That was the final two-way alternative that was considered. It was considered not to do that. Going to one way on Queen now would result in an imbalance of east-west lanes. So we would go from 2 and 2 between those two streets to 3 and 1. Reduce capacity in one direction. It would require widening of Queen at several locations near the intersections. We have different directions of traffic, requires bigger radius, possibly turn lanes. Realizing that we could possibly go to eliminate some traffic signals, but there still would be widening required to go to bidirectional traffic. We're currently recommending a 3.3 meter wide lanes. We would at least be recommending 3.7 for comfortable two-way traffic, which would likely reduce an opportunity for cycling lanes. Possibly the patio and parking space would be very impacted as well. This would result in construction costs to accommodate traffic signals in all 4 quadrants. Again, there still would be costs if we eliminated some signals and went to always stops, but for the signalized intersections, there's a large cost there to put traffic heads on all 4 quadrants of the intersection. The biggest impact really is the requirement of staff to reopen an environmental assessment. It's not that we can't make these decisions. I mean, council can decide not to do this, but really we would have to go back to the environmental assessment process. We'd have to represent a two-way option to the public again. So we'd be essentially going back in time to 2017, 2018, redoing the public consultation, presenting new alternatives and some of the similar ones. And likely the way these things are set up is that if you do them right, usually it narrows in on one answer. So if public consultation hasn't changed, if public opinion hasn't changed, and we do it, the environmental assessment, the check all the boxes correctly, we could likely find ourselves with the exact same recommendation. So that's just a caution. Looking at the cost analysis of the current concept that's in front of you. So just breaking it down a little bit, the roadworks, which would include the hard surfaces like the concrete sidewalk, the paving, brick in the boulevard, and the road itself, is we're looking at 7.9, almost $8 million. The streetscaping, which a big portion of that is the underground tree structures and street furnishings that was about 4 for the entire section. Street lighting is 2.9 million. And then we're right around $1.5 million in traffic signal upgrades, storm sewer, sanitary sewer upgrades, and other utility relocations. And $1.9 million in contract administration and engineering to bring us to the $18 million that we're looking at. Also involved in this assignment was to look at north-south connections to the waterfront. And the one design concept that AECOM under this assignment brought forward was Spring Street. So Spring Street is seen as an important linkage from the waterfront to the downtown core. Staff will continue to work on funding opportunities and support the development of a pedestrian street, which is a VUNERF, and that concept and other activation opportunities. The plan was developed by AECOM, as I said, and will be further refined and brought back to council in the future when timing or other funding opportunities may be available. So in summary, we feel that Queen Street is the heart of the downtown. Many upgrades are required, which the city needs to consider carefully and approach in a strategic and thoughtful manner. Extensive design and planning community consultation has already begun in 2 major projects. I mean, the downtown traffic study, as I said, was a $100,000 assignment, and AECOM's conceptual design was well over $150,000, $180,000, I think. So we've done a lot of work. So that's why staff is recommending implementation of the Queen Street conceptual design that was presented on July 10th, as it does follow the AA recommendation that we started back in 2017. So with that, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Questions?
Before we get to questions, we'll do Mr. Rossett's presentation. And then I think, sorry, I've missed it before, but we have a delegation request from Mr. Manine. Is Mr. Manine here? Not for Queen Street. For the house, yes, sorry, it's for the housing study. I thought it was for Queen. So we will deal with Mr. Rossett, Mr. Rossett's presentation, which I think, there we go. Welcome to council, Mr. Rossett.
Mayor and members of council. Good evening. I'm Nicholas Rossett, Chair of the Downtown Association. Thank you for having me. As you may be aware, DTA staff were asked survey the membership to gauge interest in extending business hours. There were various different iterations that were proposed, as well as opportunity for comments. Please know that this survey was not scientific, but more to simply feel out the membership sentiments towards the idea of opening longer into the evenings. Also note that DTA members are often landlords, not operating businesses, and that our membership includes only a portion of the downtown, specifically business with civic addresses on Queen Street from Pym to Dennis. There are other blocks and side streets impacted by this project that were not a part of the survey. However, they were part of the open houses conducted by the city and DTA staff, and their input incorporated into the plan before you. The results of the survey were somewhat mixed, but I would like to highlight that many businesses are willing to explore the option. The ones who were not in favor indicated there are several concerns that need to be addressed or such an endeavor could be successful, such as safety and security, staffing issues, and advertising and marketing. So the purpose, to gauge the downtown business's willingness to extend operating hours to justify the cost of reconstructing the downtown section of Queen Street. Identify potential barriers businesses might experience to successfully operate in additional hours. Identify current hours of operation of the membership and allow opportunity for DTA members to express their ideas towards the concept. We did this by a digital survey, which was created by DTA staff with assistance from the board. The survey was emailed to all members' email addresses on file with the DTA. 39 responses were received in a 2-week period. Responses were formatted into this presentation, and the raw data is available by request to the DTA staff. So the results. I put together mostly based on the summer hours. Many businesses change their hours, or I should say some do, through various seasons. Some also change their hours based on the day of the week. However, I'm hoping this council an idea of what we see with some businesses' responses. So as you'll see, most businesses are generally open by 10 a.m. And close 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening through this. Now the willingness to extend operating hours. 51% said yes. 31% said no. Some were not applicable, and some already felt that they were open late. Most of the no's indicated that they would consider opening later if their concerns were addressed. Some of the barriers that were identified to extending operating hours. As I mentioned, safety and security was a big one, overhead costs, staff shortage, lack of activity, 2% were unwilling. 9% said there was no barriers, and 4% were not applicable. Some of the comments that were received. This information, while good information to have, should have no bearing whatsoever on the Queen Street revitalization proposed. We feel that extended hours will happen organically once the plaza and revitalization is completed. We're moving in the right direction, and the complementary parking is an essential component to the success of our downtown. Downtown must be easy to access, safe, and lively. Thank you for all you are doing to make this a realization. Our city deserves a vibrant downtown. Would love to see one night open late to start as a collective. I believe this will change and improve the downtown and is something we need to be cooperative around. More, we'd love to open late, and I'm confident that we can work out the barriers. There needs to be advertisement and marketing to make public aware that we are open. The willingness to open late should not impact the reconstruction of Queen Street. They are separate matters. Queen Street business should be open until 7 p.m., but we need security downtown from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. With us being newbies on the block, we are still settling into finding a schedule that works for not only us, but for our community. We are open to trying new hours and hiring more staff in time. Always willing to listen to new ideas, possible projects. My only concern over business hours during the winter months is the size of the snowbanks that are difficult in the daytime. I would imagine that after dark would be even more difficult unless the city commits to removing the snowbanks more than twice a season. So in summary, for the findings, we have found that the majority of businesses are willing to consider opening later than their current operating hours. The membership has identified barriers that need to be addressed prior to making this change. Some businesses feel the request to show commitment to the government is an overstep. However, the result of a successful downtown is the mutual goal, which can be achieved through a cooperative partnership between the city and private businesses. The DTA is committed to being a partner with the City of Sault Ste. Marie to ensure that downtown is enjoyable and prosperous for everyone. So thank you. Just a little finishing to that. This survey was requested because city councilors wanted to see if businesses in the area subject to reconstruction are willing to show commitment to the revitalization. While I agree stores and restaurants open later into the evening adds to the enjoyment of downtown, I feel that private business should have the freedom to operate as they see fit without fear that the government will withhold public realm infrastructure projects funded in part by their own tax dollars. These businesses show their commitment to the city by operating downtown, employing staff, paying taxes, and betting their livelihoods on the success of downtown. The DTA membership has also shown further financial commitment to the tune of 30% of our operating budget towards the redevelopment pilot project in Square 5 less than 10 years ago. The city's corporate strategic plan specifically outlines revitalization of the downtown. And city staff have reported to council that the infrastructure downtown has outlived its service life. The city is not unlike a landlord of the downtown. We are seeing local success, landlords investing in their property. Just look at the Wellington Square Mall, the Churchill Plaza, and Northern Avenue Plaza. A beautiful downtown is an asset to the whole community, not a gift to the businesses. In fact, 3+ years of construction will be a serious challenge for the businesses. City staff has been planning this project for many years. 3 formal public open houses were held for the community to offer input. Changes were made based on the feedback received from each well-attended event. I respect this is a lot of money, but our city deserves a modern, beautiful, and safe downtown for everyone to enjoy. This project is a step toward that goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brissette. We'll have questions on that presentation before we go to the main motion. So if there are any councillors with questions on that presentation, we had Councillor Caputo, Councillor Gardy, and then Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just want to point out that this was a motion put forward and approved by the Downtown Association Board. Your presentation makes it seem as though we asked for this just for this Queen Street reconstruction. That is not true. This was my motion. It was put forward by me before the Queen Street reconstruction came to the floor. So finding like in page 1 here of your to gauge the downtown business's willingness to extend operating hours to justify the cost of reconstructing the downtown section of Queen. That is not why this survey went out. This survey went out to determine the willingness in businesses to invest in themselves. Originally, this was put forward by me to hopefully put forward a marketing plan to allow people around town to know that Queen Street wanted to be open later, that our downtown was going to be more vibrant. So I do take a little offense to the way that this has been presented. I think it's very skewed. But that being said, the data that is put forward is very promising. I think that seeing 61% of business, I think that's what it was, 61% of businesses would consider, 51, with 13 being already saying they're already open late. That's 64%. That's great. Like, let's work off of that. I think the same way that merchants are insisting that they have nothing to do with the reconstruction, I would ask, what are we reconstructing for? If not to revitalize, and what are we revitalizing if everything is closed at 4? So yes, things do go hand in hand. Are we adding more lights to allow folks to enjoy the downtown later into the evening? Or do we want to just keep it kind of dim and dark the way it is now, since everything's going to be closed anyway? So just those couple of things, but I do think this is promising, as I stated. I would say there's the one comment in here that some businesses feel the request to show commitment to the government is an overstep. I'm not asking, and I don't think that the board asked to show a commitment to the government. My intention with this was to gauge the commitment that downtown businesses had to themselves. And when you're answering this survey, I don't think you're answering to city council, you're answering to the community that you're serving, which is just going to liven your businesses. So with all of that being said, I am happy that, and I thank all of the businesses that participated in this survey. I trust that council is pleased that we got these results back as quickly as we did. Thank you to the executive and Mr. Luck and Sarah Skagen for getting us these results so quickly. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Gardy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to thank Mr. Rossett for coming and presenting the information, and as Councillor Caputo mentioned, it coming back in a timely fashion as we had asked. One question, you might not have the answer, Mr. Rossett, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rossett. You said you sent it out to all the email you have on file. How many emails you have on file, and or how many businesses formally belong to the DTA?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Gardy, that is approximately 200. And we have roughly that on our email list as well.
So we got about 18% response. What are we doing? Well, my math not full. We got 39 out of 200. And then what was the email list?
Yeah, also roughly
200. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to sort of echo something that Councillor Caputo mentioned. I don't think anybody, like this commitment to government, that's not remotely accurate as to what was brought forward. What was brought forward, what I kind of mentioned at the time was that we represent the community, we represent the taxpayer, and just as you mentioned, investments going into different shopping locales here in the community from private investors have benefited the neighborhoods in the surrounding area and the facilities themselves. I am of the opinion that a substantial investment from our community will bring people to the downtown and will allow you guys in the downtown to thrive even more beyond which the success you've found over the years. So this commitment to government stuff, I don't have anything to do with it, quite frankly. I don't think it was remotely accurate as to what was asked of you guys. And I just wanted to make that point. But I thank Mr. Rossett for representing his association this evening. Thanks.
Councillor Gardy, Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Gardy took one of my questions, but I still have another one. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rossett, in regards to the barriers to extending operating hours question, were those, this is a survey type question, was it multiple choice or was it free text? Like were the businesses able to put whatever they wanted, or were these pre-filled out and they selected?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Scott, it was multiple choice, but there was, if I'm remembering correctly, an opportunity at the bottom to kind of add your own answer.
Okay. Do you happen to know if any of the results said the current state of Queen Street was why they weren't extending operating hours?
I can't say specifically, however, I think it's kind of all tied together with, as the other counselors have mentioned, brighter lights, more accessibility, that'd be bringing more people to the downtown and therefore creating a safer environment by having.
I'm just curious because I think, what is it? There's more than 50% are staff shortage and overhead costs, which we won't be able to impact with these changes. So that was why I was wondering if that was an option that they could have picked, something along those lines. Those were all my questions on this particular presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Yeah, Councillor Duflo.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, it does seem to me that we're dealing with a bit of a chicken and egg scenario here. I think it's pretty clear that increased investment on Queen Street will bring more people down. And it's also clear to me that extended hours from Queen Street businesses will also encourage people to come downtown. I see any opposition between those two statements. I think they work quite well together. And so I did want to thank Mr. Rossett for gathering this information. I think it's helpful information. For me, it's not ultimately determinative information for the decision that we have to make. And I just wanted to give Mr. Rossett an opportunity, perhaps not as chair of the DTA, but as a downtown business owner. Can you express a brief opinion about the design and the proposals for Queen Street?
Yes, thank you. I think first, maybe if I could just address the part where, we're just feeling a little bit cornered about why this survey was requested. And I think it's got more to do with the timing tied to the reconstruction and not so much, anybody, especially council, really questioning our commitment is more the timing perhaps was just unfortunate. It felt like there was pressure to give the right answer in this. So just wanted to address that. So take that hat off and then put the downtown business hat on. Our Queen Street is tired. You see that just by the curbs being crumbling. And I'm on Square 5. That block had somewhat of a reconstruction a number of years ago that the DTA contributed to. And it feels more modern there. So anecdotally, I can say it's a more pleasant section of the street to be in. I know there's a number of other things that are being proposed in the project that I think are going to be important. A lot have to do with accessibility, some new benches. There are some barriers that have been discussed for when the street's being closed, and it just apparently they can swing and block the street, and also be benches, that kind of thing. Of course, everybody's aware the trees and landscaping have been problematic over the years, and it's time to address that. So I think many new businesses have come to the area, and it's long overdue, and our city deserves it.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Any other councillors with questions of Mr. Rossett? Just on the survey, the kind of commitment to downtown, all that. I think, there's a part for the Downtown Association to play for sure. There's also a part for us, and so that's, there's a lot of stuff about the downtown as we throughout the last term, throughout the term before that, throughout this term. Some of it's on the agenda tonight. We've got a downtown security motion that I think directly impacts your membership's ability to be open later, or their willingness probably to be open later, not their ability. And so, reconstruction of downtown is part of it. Downtown security is part of it. Potentially some future downtown police presence is part of it. But there's also other parts to it. There's the mental health and addictions part of it with the consumption and treatment services that, the most of what our community would identify as the area of need is downtown. So we have a role to play in it. The provincial government has a role to play in it in terms of the provision of health services. And the merchants have a role to play in it. So there's no doubt that if we do our part, we will expect that the downtown merchants play their part in contributing to the vitality of downtown. But I think like Councillor Dufour has said, it's largely a chicken and egg question, right? Everyone's got to kind of get to the same place, which is revitalize downtown. So I appreciate the willingness of members to get there. I don't think we're there yet, but if we put these pieces into the puzzle, I think we can get. So that brings us, that's all I think that we had to ask of you or to comment towards you and your membership. That brings us to Councillor Spina and Councillor Hollingsworth's motion, which is 9.2 on your agenda.
I have a motion by Councillor Spina and Hollingsworth, whereas the city of Sault Ste. Marie continues to work with citizens, partners, and businesses to revitalize the downtown core, creating downtown as a place to go rather than a place to go through. And whereas the 1.8 kilometer area of Queen Street East from Pym Street to Gore Street has not had significant upgrade or change in almost 50 years. And whereas strategic investments in the revitalization of this area will support commercial business, residential densification, and increased tourism in Sault Ste. Marie. And whereas a report regarding a proposed plan to reconstruct this section of Queen Street was presented to City Council by staff on July 10, 2023. And whereas that report stimulated meaningful conversation regarding the project with additional ideas for the reconstruction of this area proposed by stakeholders and community members. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to continue work on the Queen Street reconstruction plan and present council with a number of options to consider for the redevelopment of this area. The plans should include items for discussion such as, but not limited to, a plan for two-way traffic on Queen Street, a plan to remove all parking from Queen Street and move it to perpendicular streets and existing parking lots, a plan to include areas for delivery vehicles to use side streets or cut-in sections on Queen Street in front of businesses, a plan to increase the use of outdoor patios and commercial space for businesses, a plan to use the existing infrastructure such as the Hub Trail and the Bay Street multi-use path, connecting links in the downtown core, backlots and north-south streets to be identified as cycling or pedestrian routes to connect businesses and city services to the path, moving them away from conflict with motor vehicles. A plan to make downtown more friendly to pedestrians block by block to promote easier and multiple commercial visits. A plan to use trial periods for ideas such as reduced speed limits, two-way traffic, and cycle pedestrian routes to gauge their success before implementing the full plan. A plan to increase residential rental housing units in the downtown core. Further, be it resolved that these reports come back to council in January of 2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor Spina, your motion. So I will give you the floor first, then I'll go to Councillor Hull.
Thanks. While we this questions after, I assume, for Mr. Ramil, based on his report, or would that follow the?
Well, I think as they relate to your motion, you probably are open to asking it now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. This is a really, it appears complex, but a rather simple motion. Meaningful conversation was generated as a result of the July 10th presentation to council. I know that staff did a great job having open houses and community engagement. However, as a result of that July 10th meeting, many more people came forward with ideas, concerns, questions. When we took a look, and certainly myself and Councillor Hollingsworth are on this motion, but there are other councillors here. Councillor Caputo and I had many conversations about this as well, that talked about, well, hey, we didn't see any other options. We were only brought one option and, hey, vote on this, and that's it. I think we'd like to have meaningful discussion on what some of those other options are. I think there's a number of questions that we do have regarding some of the reports that came back. Tonight specifically, I mean, we've had conversation about making downtown and Queen Street a destination, a place to go to rather than a place to go through. Page 4 of the report presented tonight identifies Queen Street as the community's most important downtown thoroughfare. Do we view it as a thoroughfare, or do we view it as a location to go to? And I think we have to change the lens when we look at it. And I think it would be important for all of us to have an ongoing conversation, see options presented in front of us, have this council debate those options in front of us simultaneously, and land on something that we can ask staff to move forward with. It appears that certainly some of the conversation may have happened in a silo, absent any counselors at this table. And I think it's important for us to be part of that conversation. If we are going to make decisions that will set us up for success 50 years from today. One of the comments I made is I wouldn't want to see a council 50 years from today saying, hey, 50 years ago, if that team would have made a different decision, we'd be in a different place today. I want to see us make a decision that in 50 years, people are saying we're successful today because of decisions they made. And we can only do that when all of the information is in front of us.
Did you, just so we don't miss the opportunity for you to ask questions, did you have questions as it relates to the report?
Yeah, a couple in particular that I will ask Mr. Emile. There was a comment about if there was two-way traffic, it would result in widening lanes and whatnot. When you talk about widening lanes, do you just mean basically at the intersections for turning?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, we would likely recommend probably a foot wider lane for each through lane. So the east and westbound lane. Right now we're recommending on the one-way configuration, 3.3 meter lanes, that's actually the number we got as a minimum lane width for that condition from the City of Toronto guideline for lane widths. We would likely recommend 3.7 minimum, maybe even a little wider for bi-directional traffic.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, again to Mr. Emile, if the straight through design of the bike lane that we talked about is eliminated, would that not provide us with the necessary room for traffic lanes? And when I say that, what I mean is if we eliminate the bike lane going down Queen Street, the cycling lane going down Queen Street, and engage the hub trail as we've described and bring perpendicular bike lanes rather than parallel with Queen Street, would that eliminate the need or allow those lanes to be as wide as they need to be?
So, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, sure. It would, the 1.5 meters would accommodate that, yeah.
And the other question, and perhaps, sorry, you're going to have to educate me a little bit on this. If we are tearing up I understand they're not sidewalks, but the cobblestone and interlocking brick walkways and curbs anyway, how is there an additional cost to widening that for two-way traffic?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spina, the additional cost for widening is the moving of the curbs a little bit wider. But you're right, the 1.5 meters would accommodate that. So you'd be working within the existing platform that we described. But in the report, we talked about one-way pairs. So we look, if you're looking at just reducing Queen to two-way traffic, we would be recommending we look at another street as well. Bay Street was just reconstructed. I don't think there'd be an appetite to dig up portions of Bay Street. So the other eastbound street would be Albert. So the additional cost would be in the widening of at intersections for turn lanes, the modification to the street lighting or to the traffic signals on Albert Street, and the widening of those lanes, which could result in, I'm not sure what the lane widths on Albert are, but it may require widening for moving of curbs for that.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, again to Mr. Emile. So when the conversation happened about having not parallel streets, but partner streets for two-way traffic, if we're going to do Queen Street, we should do Albert Street. Was there any conversation about how long those would have to be apart or how close they would have to be? Would it have to be contemporaneous that we would do both of them simultaneously, or would it be something that we can, again, plan for the future, set a two-way traffic on Queen Street today and move forward in the next 10 years and address Albert Street?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Spina, we anticipate there would be an imbalance in east-west lanes and a reduction in capacity in one direction. So if we snapped our fingers and made Queen Street two-way, we would anticipate we would see a reduction in capacity, which would require we would need to quite soon rectify that. At the time of doing the downtown two-way traffic study, it was identified that it would cost $17 million to change all the roads, all four: Wellington, Albert, Queen, and Bay. So I'm giving you added information you didn't ask for, I guess, but you'd be looking at a quarter of that to do what we're talking about on Albert.
Thank you. And that study was 2017?
2017, 2018, yeah.
So a study that was approximately 6 to 7 years old now. Do we have any updated data to rely on, or is it the 7-year-old data?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Spino, with regards to costs, we would need to appreciate that.
Sorry, and I meant more on the traffic study.
Our traffic data is still from the downtown traffic study, the stuff that we're relying on for this study. It's pre-pandemic. Traffic volumes dropped during the pandemic, so we thought that was pretty reliable data. We did a complete turning movement counts at every intersection in the downtown, all 4 streets. We took detailed traffic information, so I think it's good.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spina, Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I want to put a halt on this. I think we're missing a huge opportunity here. As my ward mate, Councillor Spina, said, that there's so many great ideas that best practices are being used in Detroit and so forth. Local officials in the world have been reestablishing their neighborhoods as a place for people. I want to emphasize this, but I want our staff to use this time to think outside the box. There's a particular famous website called Time Out, and it states the 51 coolest neighborhoods in the world where people actually want to go to the downtown to experience it. I know today we're talking about curves and asphalt and trees and so forth, but there's numerous ideas. Can you imagine if we take just 10 people and put them in the room and start to brainstorm saying, what do you really want in your downtown? For example, you go to Detroit with your water bottle, and right there on the street, they have a clean, safe area where you can fill up your water bottle. And that's promoting the green environment as one example. We have the plaza, which is wonderful, but what uniqueness can we build in our downtown? So going with Councillor Spina idea, can we just halt for a second and think about coming back with more than one option so we can debate and use some creative thinking? I think our staff have made a good first attempt, absolutely, but there's some creative lighting, there's some creative asphalting. I'll be honest with you, I work closely with Jeff Algie, and he has some amazing ideas to make our downtown, along with other business people, a place that people will want to come to. Let's use this time to do it right. And I think with this preliminary draft that the team has put is a good starting point, but can we look at other options? Thank you.
Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to piggyback off of a question or an answer that you gave Councillor Spina. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rumiel, you said that if we go from the 3.3 meter lanes going one way, to go to two-way, they would have to be widened to 3.7 or more. Why?
Or for a comfort level through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Caputo, for a comfort level for traffic coming at each other, the lanes would generally be a bit wider. It's my feeling that we would recommend wider than 3.3 meter minimum width lanes for traffic in both directions.
Okay. And then also, you said that we would maybe have to redo Albert Street if we went to two-way. What is the condition of Albert currently? Like, do you think, what is the lifetime before we're going to have to redo Albert anyway?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Caputo, I don't think it's on the near horizon. It's in relatively good shape. It's been reconstructed not in my lifetime and resurfaced in certain areas.
It's young. It's really young, man.
Yeah, exactly. So if we were to do this, and that was a recommendation that the subsequent EA recommended, was that we do those pairs, it would probably be just some isolated changes to the curves and widening some turn lanes, possibly widening to get a couple of 2 wider lanes.
Okay.
Speculating though, this would go throughout the
For sure.
process and to detailed design.
For sure. So Albert Street is an older street. It has been done in probably the same amount of time as Queen. We're saying Queen's about 40, 50 years old. You're 27. No, I'm joking. But Albert's probably around the same age as Queen.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, I'd have to look that up. I don't think
Okay,
so.
sorry.
I think it was done more recently.
Okay.
The CAO is nodding at me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo,
Portions
and
of it
Director of
anyways.
Engineering. No, I don't have that information.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, so I'll get to the questions that I'd planned. It's heavily stated throughout the report and value management report that the vitality of the city is intertwined with the health and vitality of Queen and downtown. How would you say that this project specifically will enhance the vitality of Queen Street without making other changes like supports to mental health, a safe consumption site, potentially improved police services? That type of thing. Like, do we really think that reconstructing is going to?
You, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, I'm going to do the right thing here and I'm going to pass it off to the planning director.
Oh, okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, I think as discussed earlier, it's really all about activating the downtown and getting eyes on the street, as Jane Jacobs once said. And I heard that a little earlier tonight too. So, you know, and again, to Councilor DeForest's point, it really is a bit of a chicken and egg argument here that we're talking about, but downtown revitalization is part of our corporate strategic plan. It's a very important aspect of what we're doing, and what we're saying as a community is that, or as a city, is that we're committed to our downtown, and we're going to build it, and we're going to hope that that's going to leverage other investment similar to the investments that our downtown grant program has leveraged, for example. And I think of other communities that we hear getting mentioned here, right? We want to be like Traverse City or Petoskey. And actually, I'm looking at a map of Traverse City right now and would say that the cross section that's currently proposed is actually virtually identical to their East Front Street, which is 2 westbound lanes and a bike lane on the north side, and then staggered parking. There are a few different changes, but very similar. And I would suggest that those communities certainly invest in their downtowns. And that's what we're here trying to do today.
So I'm just nervous that we, by doing just the reconstruction, that we're going to have a Gore Street situation where we ended up putting money into Gore and hoping for a revitalization, and we have not seen that. So that's why I asked this question. But I digress. There's not really much you can answer with that. But with the plaza nearing the completion and with the price tag at 11.6 million, has there been consideration to giving more time for the plaza to get on its feet and have its intended effects on the downtown before shutting down? I know we're not completely shutting it down, but kind of shutting it down before it even gets on its feet. I guess that's for Tom.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, I think when we talk about the project, there'll still be lots of access to the plaza on Bay Street, Spring Street, up the side streets. I think the other thing, as we talked about it as staff, is really, there's an opportunity for us to still activate the plaza. There's an opportunity to, as Carl has said, take a strategic approach to reconstructing Queen so that it's not like Queen Street won't have access. They'd focus on one lane first. There'll still be one lane open. People will still be able to get downtown. And part of this, I think, is contributing to that overall effort of revitalizing downtown, and why it's important that we take these steps.
Okay. Beautification and streetscaping have been really prioritized, but then when we went through the value management, those were kind of scaled back. And something that I've identified as a citizen, and just like in my short time of being on council, we seem to see this happen a lot with large projects where we start out at a certain budget and then we get close, and then all of a sudden we're like, we can't give any more money, and so let's cut back. And in the past, that really seems to have bit us in the butt, if I can just be so blunt. So if we were to approve this project as it stands, is there ways that we can ensure that we get the project that we are approving and that we don't end up with like a watered down version?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Caputo, that's a great question. And I would point to the most recent downtown street that we've redone is in Bay Street, is that at the time we tendered Bay Street, it's a little bit different project than Queen Street. It didn't have all the hard surfaces. There's some grass surfaces and it was a little bit cheaper just because of that, for that reason. But it came in at around 8 or 9 million, upwards of 9 million. And through the tendering process, it was Pioneer Construction, we awarded it to, but we went through a value management exercise with them and came up with some really good opportunities to save money. And that's a good time to do the value management, is when you have a contractor, they see things that they see opportunities that if we did this, they're more interested in doing that kind of work, and then they're going to save a little bit of money in other places. And that's what happened there. We saved about $1.7 million. I reread that tender report today. And I don't think anybody would say Bay Street turned out like a dog. Like it's.
Yeah, it is beautiful. It's great. So I've had some discussions about and questions from citizens about the effect that this $18 million project proposed would have on a citizen's tax bill. Maybe I should direct that to Shelley Shell. What kind of implication would a project like this have on a citizen's tax bill, or is this already built in to our capital budget?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, this will not have an impact on a citizen's tax bill. We already have a capital budget established annually for capital roads. All it's going to mean is that other projects are going to get deferred.
Okay, thank you. So if we decided not to go ahead with reconstructing Queen at all, what would have to happen to maintain the standards of our infrastructure? Namely, you had mentioned that we have to dig up to replace the lights. What would happen then?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Caputo, I think you're talking about what should we do with Queen?
Yes.
Okay, so I think at a minimum, it's an arterial road through the downtown. We should resurface it. There is the street lighting issue, which has been put off in waiting for the capital project to happen. That's when that should happen. A big issue is the pedestrian accessibility and accessibility through the downtown. Is that we should probably at a minimum resurface it, replace the street lighting, and put 1.8 meter concrete sidewalks on both sides of the road.
And do you know if there would be, do you have an approximate cost for what that would be if we just did the lights, redid the sidewalks and did the lighting?
Yeah, I did look at that, and it's hard to come up with an estimate based on estimates that were done for a wholesome project like Queen Street of itself. But I think it would be with the street lighting was the estimate that we were given was around 4 million, 3.9 million, the road being 7 or 8, I think it was. I would know, sorry, the resurfacing, we looked at just resurfacing, shave and pave was 2 million. We'd probably be looking at $8 or $9 million to do that from end.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
If I can, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Caputo, I think the other thing we talked about as staff is, to your question, you want to approach this in a thoughtful, strategic way for the businesses as well. So you wouldn't want to, replace the street lights one year and then the next year you're going to come back and put in a sidewalk. And then the year after that, you're going to say, well, we should do the boulevard. You want to get in and get this work done so that you've got a beautiful street that residents can enjoy with minimal impact and disruption to businesses.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Gardy.
Mr. Mayor. So there's been a lot of employee hours put into thinking about this over the course of the last many years. And it wasn't like there wasn't any outreach to the community, and it wasn't like there was wasn't any outreach to the businesses down there. And I think we just have to get started. And I think in order to see results downtown, we have to get started. I'm not in favor of adding a bunch more work to city staffs, city staff. If you look at the plan that they've brought forward, they've settled on two-way traffic. You know, initially I was in favor of, they brought forward one-way traffic. I was in favor of two-way traffic, but then I kind of listened to some different perspectives and I understand why they proceeded the way they did. We want to bring cyclists downtown to Queen Street. They brought forward a plan to bring cyclists downtown to Queen Street. We want to activate our sidewalks more. We want to make accessibility greater and easier. They've included that in this plan. So I don't want to hold things off and I don't want things to come back and for us to wait till January 2024 to come up with like maybe a plan that's pretty darn similar. So I'm not in favor of Councillor Spina and Councillor Hollingsworth's motion. I appreciate where they're coming from, kind of, but I think we got to pull the trigger on this, and we need to get started. I don't want to delay this. The way we see benefit in our downtown is bringing people there. This does that. It compounds what we're doing at the plaza, and I'm not in favor of delaying this any longer. We need to get started in some form or fashion. Thanks.
Ready, Councillor Dufour?
Just as a matter of procedure, Mr. Mayor, is it okay if I ask some general plans about the Queen Street plan? It feels like we've kind of gone that way, so I'm just going to go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. My first question through you, Mr. Mayor, to whomever is, I would like to hear a little bit more just about some of the accessibility implications that are in the proposed staff design currently. What would that look like and how would it be different than the Queen Street that we have currently now? And what would the differences be between resurfacing and the proposed staff plan from an accessibility point of view?
I think we'll probably direct that to Ms. Morel, correct? From our accessibility office, accessibility coordinator.
I would say.
Welcome to council.
Thank you very much. I'm not actually familiar with some of the details that have been included as far as accessibility. I can tell you what some of the deficiencies are and perhaps if they're being addressed through that, I would suspect so.
Please do share with us what the deficiencies are.
Okay. Well, currently, we've had curb cuts for improvements on our annual curb cut list for, I think, since 2017, 2018. And a lot of the curb cuts are very, very rough due to a variety of issues, broken concrete, sunken paving stones, inappropriate grades that used to be okay, but are no longer okay. We've got a lot of very rough and uneven sidewalks. It makes for a very uncomfortable ride when you're using wheels. It's a very vibration-y kind of ride. So it's very, very difficult. Just Friday, I did a downtown tour with a couple of our planners on the patios. There's some very inconsistent designs in the way that the patios are being made and so that people with vision disabilities have difficulty navigating because there's no consistency. There's nothing for people with vision disabilities to be able to follow and know that their path is safe. On top of that, there's only one accessible pedestrian signal in the downtown area. So the chirping, beeping, that only exists on one intersection on Queen. Further, we need tactile walking surface indicators on all of the corners. There's no accessible parking currently. It's very difficult to make accessible parking when you've got curbs. And one thing that came up every time I speak to somebody different with a different perspective, I learn something new. And one of the things that we learned is that we need guide dog service animal relief areas. There are a couple of green spaces in the downtown, but we really could use more that are located in convenient places. And they don't have to be natural grass. They can be, of artificial materials with some underground infrastructure as well. So those are some of the top ones that came to mind for me.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's very helpful. And perhaps we could go to Mr. Rumio or Mr. Tenazzo to explain how the proposed staff plan does or does not address some of these.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor DeFore. So I think first and foremost, we've got paving stone or cobblestone, if you will, paving stone, and that has become uneven. And then there's seams every few inches. So I think the big one is that you're going to have a continuous concrete sidewalk, right? And that sidewalk is going to be flat. It's going to be easier to roll. It's going to have an edge so that if you're walking with a cane and you have a vision disability, that you're going to be able to navigate your way. It's also going to be wider, which is going to allow more space for everybody and more space for those patios to exist and still have that wide walk around. We're going to look at, and I think the plan is each parking bay or parking bump out will have an accessible spot, at least on one side. All the curb cuts will be new curb cuts with the tactile surfaces and the new sort of grading design that meets the accessibility standards. So I would say those are the big ones that will be part of this plan.
Thanks. That's very helpful information. I didn't realize some of those deficiencies existed the way that they do. And I'd like to thank you, Diane, for bringing those to our attention. That's really important. That's all for my questions, Mr. Mayor. If you don't mind, I'd like to speak a little bit to the motion that's on the floor. When I first read the staff report, and as we've been having these conversations, one of the things that I've wanted to do is to help bring the community and some of the new councillors back to where this all began. And I don't think it properly began with the community consultations on Queen Street in 2022. I think it really began in 2016 with the Roger Brooks presentation and all of the conversation and the dynamics that began within City Hall, but also within the community. You know, flowing from those conversations, those presentations. Flowing from that, we got the Bay Street conversion project, the renovation that we did there. We got the idea of the plaza, the Spring Street project. I literally remember from Roger Brooks's presentation. I think it was first suggested maybe like a year later. So this is stuff to me that I feel like has been in the works for quite some time. I think it's generated a wealth of community conversation in that every step along the way, things have changed, things have been adapted, and staff has continued to work that plan and to tweak that plan to take into account a lot of the things that I do see within Councillor Spina and Councillor Hollingsworth's motion. It may not present all of the bullet points in all of these different plans, exactly how they're laid out in the motion. But within a lot of those plans and a lot of those conversations, I think you see at least the beginnings of everything being addressed. One principle that's kind of guided my time on council and especially in social services has been to really try to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And what that means is to let a plan that does have strong fundamentals continue to proceed, even if it's lacking certain elements that in a perfect world we wish we had. And when I look at the Queen Street streetscape improvements, that to me is a really good example of that principle in work, in practice, sorry. We have a plan that is very good. It may not have absolutely everything that everyone wants, but we have a plan that's good and it's good for our community, and it would be better for our community to see that plan implemented rather than to see that plan shelved for a number of future years. So with that in mind, I'm happy to support the second motion and not the first. So thank you very much for the time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Councillor Bruni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And a question to Carl regarding the enhanced sidewalk, the lighting and the resurfacing. So you want to put sidewalks in, but what about the patios? How are they going to be affected if there's sidewalks?
Mr. Mayor to Councilor Bruni, the sidewalk would bisect the area where they would have to cross over the sidewalk to get to the patio space.
So patio won't be overhanging the sidewalk? So the patios will be smaller now, correct?
They would, that's what's presented in the conceptual design is the 1.8 meter sidewalk and then the patios, the boulevard area where there's no parking for patio space. Yes, it could be bigger if the sidewalk was narrower or wasn't there, but even the way it is right now, we have to delineate a space for walkers to get through. I believe the way they do it now is they create a temporary, in some cases, wooden walkway that goes closer to the road and then comes back. You still have to have pedestrian space, even with the patios.
So I believe Councillor Caputo asked you, but I thought the number would be lower regarding the enhancement of the sidewalks, the lighting and resurfacing. You said it would be over $8 million. I thought the quote last time was around 6 million.
Mr. Mayor to Councilor Bruni, the resurfacing only
is 2 million.
It's 2 million. The street lighting was about 4 for continuous street lighting up and down Queen Street. So that's 6. And there's a couple $1 million for concrete sidewalk on both sides of the road. We're talking about 1.8 meter sidewalk for 1.8 kilometers.
Can we get by with only sidewalk on one side of Queen Street? Is that possible? Just asking. Your recommendation is no, right?
That would be, I would think in our downtown area, we would want pedestrian facilities on both sides of the road. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I'll just speak on this resolution. I will speak against it. I won't vote in favor. I think we need to move forward. Not that I agree with the $18 million. That's another conversation. But for this one here with Councillor Spina and Hollingsworth put forward, thank you, but I cannot. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bruni. Councillor Hollingsworth had a comment to go back to, but before I go back to her, I'll ask if anybody else had questions or comments on the Queen Street, on this specific motion, I should say, or of staff. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Seems like we're bouncing around, talking about the motion, talking about the plan. So here's my question. Both of you are always good at finding grant money. Do you anticipate that we're going to have some grant money to help with the cost of revitalizing the downtown? And have you started to work on some applications for grant money?
Mr. Mayor to Councillor Hollingsworth, I'll let Peter and Tom jump in after, but we do have for the next 3 years, the added $2.5 million in OSIF, which does help lessen the blow. We have looked at through discussions with Tom and his group, NOHFC funding. I'll leave it at that and let Tom jump in.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, staff had conversations with NOHFC. They have a new community enhancement program. And so we've received some positive response related to our projects, and we think we will be able to obtain some funding. Staff have started to piece together some applications.
Okay, great. And out of curiosity, is there a particular deadline that we have to be sensitive to? So in other words, we want to make sure that if our motion is defeated, we go to the second motion that it's passed and it could help you with your application. Like, is there a time sensitive deadline for you guys for some grant applications?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the grants we're aware of right now are rolling programs, so there's no specific deadline that we have to hit.
Okay, thank you. And just one last comment. Again, what you're doing is great. I just want you to look at some other best practices, going with Caputo's idea of the apple trees. And we encourage, community gardens throughout the downtown, something unique, something different that's going to go, wow, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Councillor Zagordo.
For you, Mr. Mayor, too, I'm confused anyway, so I'm just going to ask the questions and we'll see where they land. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Rumiel, you mentioned about the lighting and that it was a recommendation by the PUC for replacement of that lighting. Just a recommendation, or is there an urgency to have that done?
Here, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Zagordo, the PUC owns the street lighting infrastructure. We benefit from it. It's an appurtenance of our roads. They decide how they manage that asset. The interesting part of the relationship is we pay for it all because it's for our road, but they maintain ownership in that decision making on that. It's recommended that it's due for replacement. It's wise for them to do it during a road reconstruction for our benefit too, because we'll gain the benefit of an economy of scale on replacing it. That's why it's been put off.
And just a comment, if I can make that, I guess I'm having and struggling a little bit with, the term revitalization and the amount of money that we're looking to spend here. And what I'm struggling with right now is that if revitalization is of, beautification and that we want to enhance, that's one aspect. But to make the correlation that necessarily that beautification will attract people to the downtown area, I struggle with. And I think at this point, we may have our hands in a few things that we really don't know the results of yet. For example, the plaza's place and the mill market. It's concepts like that and ideas like that were intended again to attract people to the downtown. I think before we make that large investment, and I think it's a great idea, I just feel that the timing of it might not be appropriate at this time until we see some results from existing projects at this time. And that's just how I feel in terms of that money being spent. And again, if it's to attract people downtown, we could be at a situation where we've spent in the next few years, we spend tens of millions of dollars and we haven't really achieved our goal. And if that goal, and again, it comes down to this definition of revitalization, we may have a beautiful downtown, but if we don't have people going downtown, that's going to be a problem. And, I'll reference the Northern Avenue Plaza, for example, and that's been mentioned as a success story in terms of what's going on there. There hasn't been much beautification, even though structures have been built, stores are there. I think that's the attracting thing in that particular mall. I think there's a few questions that still need to be answered before, we proceed this, and that's just my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zagordo. Any other councillors with questions or comments? Councillor Kinnick?
Thank you. I just have a comment. I just wanted to echo what I said last meeting. Is we're looking for revitalization downtown. We have to do a culture change, and this plan is just appeasing the status quo right now. If we really wanted to do a culture change, we gotta go like 100%. I think to do a full pedestrian street down Queen Street from Dennis to East Street, put a bike lane in the middle, paint it red, and there we have all our walking, our patio space, everything. And then that's the downtown is a destination. We can add it as a link to the boardwalk to do a loop in the downtown area for walking, cycling, get seniors out, young families out. And I think that's the way to go. I think we will see $18 million come and go with this project, and we're not going to get the results we want because we're not going far enough with the culture change. We are just doing the minimum with this. Also, with doing the pedestrian streets full time, we can extend festival areas downtown. We can bring in, with Rotary Fest, another location, another stage or another event venue. And that would just be the start. We already have the downtown plaza going in, bring big crowds down there for events, concerts, right? Where are we going to put all these people? We can get them on the streets, businesses benefit, restaurants, shops, cafes, everything. It will just be an influx of people, a new energy, new culture downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnick. Any other councillors? So with respect specifically to the motion that's before us, the Councillor Spina and Councillor Hollingsworth motion, I think it would take us a step backwards in terms of progress in town. I get that there is a want to relook at some stuff. Past councils have looked at and spent what we heard tonight was a fairly considerable amount of money on those studies, the two-way traffic study, specifically as it relates to the entire downtown, not just Queen Street, but the entire downtown from Bay to Wellington, or the traffic flow through the entire downtown, I should say. So staff have done what they've been tasked with doing over the last several years, which is to bring to us recommendations on improvements in the downtown. They've brought to us recommendation that is before us. And it's for us to approve of or not approve. But if we don't approve of it, we have to give them some idea of what we want them to bring back to us. And what this does is just ask them to come back to us with ideas. This is their idea. This is staff's idea based on community input on the two-way traffic study, which they would have had back in 2017, community input on the plaza, which was held over a number of public input sessions, community input on Queen Street, which was held over a number of years, community input on Bay Street, which was held over a number of years. There will be future community input on Spring Street, which will be held whenever the redesign of that is put forward in the capital plan, plus the community input we've all heard from our constituents. So it's a well-developed, well-formulated plan. Councillor Dufour is right. Is it what I would come up with if I was coming up with a Queen Street plan? No, but as they talk through the plan, they've had to factor in engineering opinions, planning opinions, community development opinions, accessibility opinions. So I don't have all that in my mind. Collectively, they've come up with something that has all that together, and that's what's for us. So if we're going to reject what they've proposed, it's for us to give them direction on what we want to see as an alternative. To be honest, the only one who suggested something kind of completely different is Councillor Kinnick. I don't agree necessarily with what he's proposed, but he's come up with something that said, if you don't do this, here's what you ought to do. What I know with certainty is that our current downtown does not look like what we want it to look like. We don't seem to agree on what we want it to look like, but it doesn't look like what we want it to look like. It has not served the purposes of downtown revitalization the way it is currently formulated. So what staff have done is come back to us and said, here's what you could do. I think it's a pretty reasonable design. It accommodates a lot of input on business owners' needs for parking, business owners' wants for patio space, the cycling community and active transportation communities' wants for different types of mobility around the downtown, accessibility needs in the downtown, and the need to get cars through downtown. I mean, they've reduced the lane width, I should say, but largely they're keeping traffic flowing in a way that will not be extremely disruptive to the current orientation of things. So I think the proposal that's before us brings us several steps back. And so I'm not in favor of that. But I also urge council that in thinking of the next step beyond this proposal, if it fails, is what do you want staff to do differently than what they've done? There is, yeah, it's expensive, I know. But if we could choose a timing, we'd probably choose 5 or 6 years from now when hopefully we've got more residential developments in town. But we've heard on this in this particular case, we don't really have a choice as to timing. We've got streetlights that are at the end of their useful life. We've got pavement that needs to be resurfaced. We've got cobblestone that is cracked, broken, inaccessible, that is keeping people out of our downtown potentially. So on some items, you can choose your timing. On other items, timing is chosen for you. And on this one, if we don't approve this, what's probably going to happen is staff's going to come back to us and say, let's shave down Queen Street, put a new surface on it, and go back to the drawing board. And then we have what we've got for probably another 20 years. So the people, the councillors in the future will definitely say they missed the opportunity when they had the chance to redesign it. And so I think what's before us is imperfect, but I think it's about as perfect as we're going to get. So on the motion that's before us, I don't support it, and I'll be voting against it. And I encourage council on the next motion to think long and hard about what we want to see in our downtown. So the motion is before you.
I read the motion. I have opened that motion for vote, and that is the Spina Hollingsworth motion.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that is 10-1, or sorry, 9-1 as far as I can tell.
Councillor Hollingsworth, have you so you voted in favor?
She voted against.
I believe we've lost Councillor Bezo Allen.
It appears we have. I've not heard back.
So that motion fails. Spina and Councillor Caputo voted in the affirmative, and the other councillors voted against. So what that will take us to the alternative motion under 8.4.1.1. That's a motion by councillors Dufour and Gardy. Resolved that the report of the Director of Engineering dated July 31, 2023 concerning Queen Street value management opportunities be received, and that council approve in principle the conceptual redesign of Queen Street between Pym Street and Gore Street. Approve in principle the proposed reconstruction of Queen Street between, at most, Brock Street and Bruce Street to be included on both of them, East Street. Okay. Approve in principle the proposed reconstruction of Queen Street between, at most, East Street and Bruce Street to be included in the 5-year capital plan and be slated for reconstruction in 2024 at an estimated cost of no greater than $6 million to be presented for council's consideration at the August 28, 2023 City Council meeting. Further, if the $6 million proposed reconstruction costs of East Street to Bruce Street is insufficient for the reconstruction of the proposed reconstruction area set out above, and if funding applications to assist in bringing the estimated reconstruction cost down to $6 million are not successful, that staff be directed to reduce the boundaries of the proposed area for reconstruction to fit within the $6 million budget for 2024. Direct that staff include the reconstruction of the remaining portions of Queen Street be included no sooner than every 2 years following the 2024 reconstruction area set out above. Direct that staff make application to every available funding pot available for downtown revitalization, whether provincially, federally, or through other organizations, to offset the anticipated municipal costs for the reconstruction phases. Approve the Spring Street conceptual redesign and direct staff to include the redesign in the 5-year capital plan in a year deemed most suitable by staff.
Councillor Dufour.
Yeah, just quickly on this motion, Mr. Mayor, one of the reasons that I do support it goes back to a comment by one of my peers that I think is really relevant, and I do understand and appreciate and to an extent agree with him. The issue is that when we look at the timing of construction projects for the municipality, these things take a lot of time. Just this year, we're set to see the opening of, things like the new men's shelter or the detox facility. Those investments came from conversations that were happening around this table in 2019, 2020. If we don't stay, unfortunately, ahead of the curve, the timing is unfortunately part of the job. We have to approve things without necessarily having the benefit of all of that future foresight that's going to come. And that's why the planning processes for things like this are so robust. That's why staff spend so much time on these plans, because they need to be done far in advance of when you're always going to have that perfect information. I think what this motion does is it gives us kind of that best of both worlds, where we can undertake a more modest price tag. We are not pre-committing future councils or future years to certain levels of capital funding. We have some guidelines in place to try and ensure the value management of the project that we are approving, and we're leaving open some of the opportunities for folks like Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Spina to continue to work on a lot of the elements that were in that motion to see those things fleshed out in other blocks in future years. So I'm happy to support this motion, Mr. Mayor, and I thank you for your help in drafting it. I think it does a good job in accurately reflecting all of the conversations that this council has had over this issue, and I hope some of my peers will consider lending it their support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy.
Thanks. And I, like Councillor Dufour, want to thank Councillor Shoemaker for being kind of the brunt of this motion, okay, and crafting it. Let's be blunt here. This is a compromise. There are people around here, around this table, who have some very legitimate concerns and are seeing this development from a certain perspective. And this motion brought forward by Councillor Dufour and myself is a compromise on a number of those fronts. And I'm glad Councillor Dufour mentioned it, because I was going to, but not to belabor it. It's a starting point. We'll be able to see what works, what may not work, what we need to improve upon, and other elements that we may want to include. But we need to get started. And this is a starting point, but it's also a point of compromise. So I am hopeful that a majority of council will get behind Councillor Shoemaker's suggestion and the motion brought forward by Councillor Dufour and I. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardy. And I appreciate that you and Councillor Dufour have moved and seconded this. I'll get to any other council questions as well. But I just wanted to note that, on all of these things, we have to find 6 votes to get anywhere. I don't see that a 1-lane street has 6 votes. I don't see that just resurfacing Queen Street as it currently stands has 6 votes. We're trying to find a way that's going to get something done and not just leave Queen Street as is, because that's the alternative here. If we vote this down and then we vote staff's motion down, Queen Street will just remain how it is for at least another year, because we can't, unless someone brings a reconsideration motion, we cannot undo a council direction for 1 year, unless someone changes their mind on the opposing side. So this proposal allows us, I think, to figure out, after 2 years, have we got more housing development in the downtown, so that we can say, yes, it has been a success, or our business is open later in the downtown in that specific area that's been resurfaced. So we can say, yes, it is a success. And then 2 years after that, again, for the last, or, however many sections this ends up being done in, what have we done? What has the result been? And how can we tweak it or fix it? And maybe that will involve ultimately tweaking and fixing the first phase as well. But provided we approve the conceptual outline of what the street's going to look like, we can do that within what the parameters of what we've reconstructed. So I hope this gets us to a majority. I think it also allows us to keep tabs or keep our finger on the cost, because if we're saying it's up to 6 million, the first tranche of the street that needs to be resurfaced, we'll know if the tenders come in at 8, well, that we've got to rethink the plan more completely. But this is a cap on the price, it's a cap on the boundaries, and allows us time to see what the results of the resurfacing and the reconstruction, I should say, are. So I will have anyone on council have questions or comments before we go to you, Councillor Caputo. I think Councillor Bruni had his hand up at some point.
Heard the $6 figure. That is for the start of it from East Street to Bruce Street. Am I correct?
Or less if that section comes in at more than 6 million. So it may be that we reduce the boundaries to stay within the $6 million envelope.
Then when will every 2 years, it will be revisited?
So the next phase of it wouldn't be inserted in our capital transportation plan until at least 2026. But at this, essentially, it caps our decision at $6 million, because 2 years later, we'd have to revisit, if it's Bruce to Gore Street, how much that's going to cost if we want to proceed with it.
I'll just give you my 2 cents. I was definitely against $1 million. I'll tell you why. We are spending money downtown. We did Bay Street at $10 million. Plaza at 12 million. Mill Market at 3 million. So we're at 25 million. So it's not that we're not spending any money downtown. The road does need resurfacing. That's a definite. The road has to be resurfaced. Some of the curbs have to be repaired. I totally understand. The lighting is questionable, because I spoke to some merchants. They said the lighting is finally working the way it should be. But as Carl explained, they have to be changed, and I have no problems with that. I will probably accept this if it's the $6 million mark, but if it goes higher, I won't accept it. And I'm sure you'll come back, staff, with a condensed construction site, how much of the road will be done. But if we did include the $18 million, that's $43 million we've spent. Bay Street, Mill Market, Plaza, and Queen Street, if it was granted the 18 million. So I will accept it. And I did speak to the mayor earlier about what I would think is a fair price. And I think by condensing this now, and then we revisit it, I think that's a good deal for everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am not, though I respect you, I respect the motion, I respect Councillor Dufour and Gardy. I'm just not happy with this. I feel like we're settling. I think that we're all sitting here talking about how this is not what we want, but this is what we have. And some councillors are saying, I wouldn't support 18 million, but I'd support 6 million for 1/3, which is the same. We are eventually going to have to do the rest. And though I get that we're trying to find a common ground here, I do think we're tying our hands if we approve this section. I also see an issue, and I know that there's not a lot we can do about this, but a large part of why we're facing such a massive price tag is because our downtown is 1.8 kilometers, which we don't see in all of these successful downtowns that keep being cited, Petoskey, all these other places. I think they're able to do these projects and make them so special because they are a lot smaller. When we're talking about 2 kilometers of complete reconstruction, we're seeing a massive price tag. So I wish we could condense what we're considering downtown. I see why that might be difficult. And I see also that is sort of what you've done here by shortening. I'm not sure that this that I support this until I think we can agree that we have it right. I just have a hard time with saying, I get this whole like, don't let perfect stand in the way of, better or good. But I think this is a recurring theme that we've done a lot of times with projects in Sault Ste. Marie. And I have a hard time supporting it in that respect. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Spina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of short comments. I kind of related to all the motions that are, all the conversation we've had around this. And I know moving forward, we're going to have similar conversation going into the future. And I appreciate the conversation that's been around the table today. I really sincerely want to tell Councillor Kinnick, I appreciate how he's thinking big and really looking at making significant changes. I think that is the attitude I want to see from staff coming back, moving forward with other plans and recommendations, is those big ideas that can help us move things forward. And the other thing I just want to comment on is, I forget where it came from. Someone tonight, I heard the comment, well, we've got to move and pull the trigger on this project. That's fine. Speed is fine, but accuracy is final. When we pull the trigger, we need to be accurate and get it right. So I want to just encourage everyone, when we do think of these projects, make sure we're getting it right every single time.
Thank you, Councillor Spina. Any other? Councillor Scott? And Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to quickly state my comments on it. I appreciate what you were saying about staff bringing us what is effectively not perfect, but as perfect as it will get. And I do appreciate the hard work by staff, because I think that's right. They've always brought excellent work. They're great staff. We're lucky to have them. I don't want that to take away from I didn't want to take away from that fact by not supporting the project. And it's not because of, the work coming back. I think they did exactly what we were expecting of them. And it was excellent work. I just, in my opinion, think that this is not the highest priority to be spending this money. I appreciate this compromise coming back as well. And it may even sound counterintuitive or crazy, but in one of the emails that we received, it talked about, if we just brought Queen Street up to an acceptable level of accessibility and, resurface the road and build the sidewalk, and that would be approximately 8 million. I'd probably be more inclined to do that over even this, if I know that we're just fragmenting ourselves now, but that to me at least brings it up to, an accessibility level, and we're up to standard. I would be supportive of that. I unfortunately will not be supportive of this alternative motion or the main motion. So just wanted to let my comments be heard.
Councillor.
Thank you. So with this, we already seen that Queen Street hasn't been redeveloped or invested in 50 years. So this is a really important decision. We really have to think about it. We can't screw this up because the city is going to be stuck with it for 50 years. And if it doesn't come out right, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep at night. And the other issue I have right now is we are working off a strategic plan that was presented from 2 elected councils ago. So there's only 2 councillors, I believe, that are sitting here that were part of that on council at that time. And so we are a new council. We already inherited the downtown plaza for the newer councillors. This time, I think we should sit down with our newly elected council, do the strategic plan, and make this our project. And that's how it is. And we live or die by it, because it's going to be for 50 years. And that's something we really have to consider. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kinnick. I think you're talking about specifically the downtown improvement plan, not the strategic plan, but I understood what you meant. Any other councillors with questions or comments on this? Councillor Hollingsworth?
Just clarification. So if we vote for this, are you saying that we take their plan, like the curves and the tree idea, but again, just condense it into this particular smaller area, and so that we can live and breathe it for a short time and then tweak it?
That's right.
Okay, just want to clarify. There's also the danger that in 2 years, if we want to create that same model for the next block, we know prices always increase. There's always inflation.
Yes, no doubt. But we weren't planning, or the staff wasn't planning on recommending this all be done in one section anyways. So we're living by that in any scenario, essentially.
However, they did say that their price was 18 million. And they assured us it wasn't going to go over 18 million, knowing that it was going to be done in phases.
I don't think that was an assurance we got. I wish it was, but.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that's not what staff is saying. What staff is saying is at a conceptual level, our estimate in today's pricing is 18 million. Especially coming out of the pandemic, I don't think anyone could guarantee you of any pricing, and especially with staff's recommendation that you extend the timing that you would potentially do this. And as this motion speaks to doing future phases, not any sooner than at least 2 years after a certain phase, you will see differences in pricing. By that token, we may be able to source funding for it, which will help allay those sorts of things. But staff at no time has said that 18 million is a hard figure.
Okay. And again, like I asked earlier, they're always very good at finding money, and I have faith in them that they will continue with their grant applications as well. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. Unless there's any other questions or comments? No, we can have a vote on that. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? 5. Okay. So that fails because it died, which brings us to staff motion on the report.
Councillor Dufour, as we've lost Councillor Bezo Allen. Motion by Councillors Dufour and Bruni resolved that the report of the Director of Engineering dated July 31, 2023 concerning Queen Street value management opportunities be received, and that Council approve in principle the conceptual design of Queen Street between Pym Street and Gore Street. Recommendations for Queen Street improvements to be included in the next 5-year capital transportation program will appear on August 28, 2023. Council and
Council, if I call a vote on this, it's going to be tied. No, oh no, well, it'll be, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, well then. I propose that we defer this until Councillor Bezo Allen's back, so that we can have a full council decision on it. And that also doesn't preclude us from considering it for the next year. But someone needs to move and second that motion. Councillor Dufour, Councillor Spina. We're talking about a deferral of this motion. The one thing I do think needs to be changed, and we've heard from staff that the 5-year capital transportation plan can't be deferred any longer than next meeting, if I remember correctly.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we don't want to postpone the 5-year capital plan. That being said, there are elements to the plan that can go forward on the 28th. What we really need is the amount of time to do the design work for street projects that are going to happen next year. So I think we can bring you the plan on the 28th, but also into consideration kind of some options, whether we're going ahead with Queen Street next year or whether we're going to look at something else.
Yeah. So does that, Madam Clerk? Councillor Dufour.
I have just put the motion be postponed to August 28, 2023.
And then they'll come to us with the 5-year stuff and probably the Queen Street stuff. So motion vote on the deferral motion. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thanks, brings us to the consent agenda.
So that passed by a vote of 8-2 with councillors Hollingsworth and Scott opposed.
All right. Yes. So, council, we've got a community member wishing to make a delegation on item 7.6, housing needs assessment. So if it's agreeable to all of you, we'll have Mr. Manine come to the mic and make his comments. And then we can have council ask questions if there are any questions of him or of the planning director on this report. Welcome to council, Mr. Manine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Seven Street East, it's one of the needs assessment. This report is the third housing report since the Futures SSM report. And we have the housing needs assessment report. So each report saw an increase in housing needs, and that must be this report. The report is very comprehensive. The findings represent a staggering amount of work done in housing sectors. That includes need for affordable housing again has increased, need for attainable housing, rental has increased, market rate home construction has fallen drastically, and there is no home housing category that's not fallen behind. This required change of mentality to housing development city. In response, developing, building has to be divided up. More active freeing of existing infrastructure. This is not limited, firing and demolishing end of life cycle building assets to give space for infill housing. This is not limited. This is not limited to providing the funding, development, infill, subdivision structure. It's not limited to aggressive and banking. See, this aggressive was a much needed part in rise housing development in the downtown core. We are committing to building low-rise apartments downtown. We need to go after the property. Place. So this place strategy we have components. First component is land banking the property. So the state must have power to acquire the property. The state by cost structure development. By team build share. Required federal funding dollars for housing development. We need this to buy partnerships with social service groups, manage property, finally outsource the building private sector. This report not only outlines incredible amount of housing to be built in the city, it demonstrates we have huge economic development in the city as well. Our ability to create housing solutions for all housing types, a major determinant by housing needs for all of our citizens. Our ability to create housing solutions will be a major determinant whether we can attract immigrants to our city, help us with economic. I just to talk about thinking, place, dividing up cities. So there's all of the development also for the private city. That is of this and have case.
Thank you, Mr. Menon. I suspect Mr. Tenazzo can provide counsel with maybe just a quick 1 minute on the fact that the Affordable Housing Task Force is working on a lot of this, and perhaps you can mention specifically if there's some of the priorities Mr. Menon identifies that are being considered.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Menon. We did speak this afternoon to clarify a few points, and the report that's in front of council tonight is really it's a data report. It's informational, and it's really in support of what we think is a big step towards affordable housing here in Sault Ste. Marie and more supply, which is an application to CMHC's Housing Accelerator Fund, which we're of the opinion we can make an argument, a good argument to get some significant funds that we haven't seen in a lot of years for affordable housing. And we think it's a great step forward. The next step beyond this is obviously we will be applying to this fund, which I believe closes in 2 weeks. So we have to make that application, and then we will hear back from CMHC. We anticipate either by the end of this year or early next year. In the meantime, the housing task force will be meeting again, and we hope to have the housing tasks. We hope to have the housing action plan to council at some point this fall. And we've had some very good discussions with the housing task force, and we've really come up with a matrix of some pretty deep incentives that would apply differently across the community. So for example, speaking to what Mr. Menon was talking about, some of our older parts of the community, what we term our first neighborhood, which also includes the downtown, the housing stock is aging in those areas, and we recognize that they require a deeper incentive, whether it's to renovate or to bulldoze and rebuild. So you're going to see a tiered set of incentives that apply, probably a little better incentive in the downtown and first neighborhoods. And then we're going to look at our nodes and corridors, which are the areas where we really want to push higher density. And then there's going to be incentives for the remainder of the community as well. And I think, again, we're looking primarily at the missing middle, but that's not to say that some of our subsidized housing providers couldn't also take advantage of some of these subsidies. So there's a lot of work that's gone underway, but there's a lot of work that still has to be done. And we're hoping that next step will be the task force will come out with a housing action plan this fall.
Mr. Tenazzo, Council, are there questions of Mr. Menon or of Mr. Tenazzo on 7.6? Councillor Dufour.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just wanted to commend Mr. Menon on his patience in attending our meeting today. I think it really speaks to the passion that he has towards affordable housing development and housing policy in general. And I'm very excited to hopefully be able to share with him some of the elements of the housing action plan, hopefully coming this fall, as a way to further the conversation. Thanks. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Councillor Dufour. Mr. Tenazzo, just on the public input aspect of what Mr. Menon has done here today, is are the recommendations of the Housing Task Force going to have a public open house or comment on and feedback on them if someone like Mr. Menon wants to give that?
Absolutely. So, Mr. Mayor, we've got an email distribution list going now. So we've got a stakeholders contact list, and certainly when that plan will likely be, as we normally would, the planning department will introduce that plan to council in the fall, and then there'll be a fairly robust consultation program that'll follow after that. And then we'll come back and ask council to approve it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Menon. I also appreciate that you've been here almost 5 hours and have given us great insight and things to think about. Pleasure. Thank you very much. Council, anyone else with matters on the consent agenda? Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 7.8, it's the scrap metal facility licensing bylaw. I just have a couple of questions, and I'm aware that it is a draft bylaw, but I was just kind of curious how we came up with the hours outlined in it. I know that there was some input from some residents throughout, hoping that the hours would be a little tighter than I think they're 8 to 5 in the had the bylaw open, but I think they're 8 to 5 on a weekday and then 8 to 3 on Saturday. Just curious to know how we came up with those and if after further consultation and public input, if perhaps we could get those tightened up a little bit. I think that might go to
I believe it's
perfect.
Rickard or Ricard?
Ricard.
Ricard.
Thank you. And to Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Scott, the hours we determined by looking at what some of the other municipalities had put into place for their bylaws. Just to update you, the hours we were proposing in the draft bylaw was Monday through Friday, 8 to 6, and Saturday, 9 to 3, with no operation on Sunday or any statutory holiday. In terms of hours, we also looked at the responses we received from the stakeholders, and those hours would allow them to provide their operations during their time. For other communities we looked at, Hamilton, for example, being another steel town, their operating hours are 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., which they just follow through their noise bylaw. For Waterloo, it was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday and 8 to 5 on Saturdays, followed by Oakville, which had operating hours of 8 to 5 Monday to Friday. And Niagara hours were 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Friday. So we were kind of in that middle range with having the hours being 8 to 6 on Monday to Friday and 9 to 3 on Saturday. As you stated, this is a draft bylaw, so we will take that into consideration, any comments we receive when we conduct public consultation shortly.
Thank you for that. And then another question that was actually asked of me by concerned constituents that I didn't have an answer for, and we may not have an answer for non-compliance by these scrap metal facilities. What would the penalties be, or what would the course of action be?
The penalties would be through the Provincial Offences Act. So there would be, if there was a charge laid, it would be enforcement through the building department that would ultimately proceed with a charge. And if there was charges, we'd look through the Provincial Offences Act, which has a wide range of what the penalty can be.
Great. Those are my questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott and Councillor Gardy on 7.8.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to reinforce what I think Councillor Scott was getting at, is that this is a little later on Monday through Friday than we were anticipating, potentially a little later or longer on Saturdays. Just for context for council, the thrust or the initiative behind this were concerns that those residents on Carbon Beach Road have who live close to AIM Recycling, quite frankly. And we're doing what we can. We were hoping to do what we can to alleviate some of the concerns and challenges that they're having up there. So I appreciate that it's a draft, and I appreciate you guys will take this into our comments into consideration along with other public consultation. Thanks so much.
Anyone else with questions on 7.8 or comments? Okay, Councillor Scott, any other items on consent?
Can I just say a quick comment on 7.4?
Yes.
I think I've mentioned this before, but I appreciate seeing, dollar values put into the tourism and what comes back, or estimates on what comes back to the community. I've mentioned that I think before. I just wanted to reiterate that that kind of report is excellent. I love seeing that, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Anyone else on 7.4? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Scott, any other items on consent?
Nope, thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors with items on consent?
Okay, I have a motion by Councillor Burn Bruni, resolved that all items listed under date July 31, 2023, agenda item 7 consent agenda be approved as recommended.
All in favor?
So that will take us to 9.1. Downtown security patrols. It's a motion by, I'll change it to Councillor. It had.
Yeah, do we have a councillor that wants to move? Yeah, because Councillor Hollingsworth.
Councillor Hollingsworth and Dufour, whereas from 2020 to 2022, the Downtown Association undertook overnight downtown security patrols in their business improvement area. And whereas in 2022, the city of Sault Ste. Marie took over responsibility for the cost of the downtown security patrols as a 6-month pilot project known as the Downtown Security Pilot Program, or DSPP. And whereas the DSPP was not funded on a permanent basis when it expired in the fall, winter of 2022, and whereas the cost of continuing the DSPP on an ongoing basis was $105,378 per annum, as set out in the council report of December 12, 2022, with a contribution from the Downtown Association. And whereas dynamic patrols undertaken by the Sault Ste. Marie Police Service have been successful since implemented in June 2023, but are only expected to be conducted throughout the summer months. And whereas the success of the downtown police dynamic patrols has highlighted the need for a permanent security or police presence in the downtown. And whereas the presence of police or security in the downtown area will assist in the feeling of safety residents have when in the downtown and encourage more people to patronize downtown businesses. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be requested to bring forward a report by August 28, 2023, including options for in-year funding of the downtown security patrols for the remainder of 2023 once the dynamic police patrols end, recommend hours of operation for the downtown security patrols, the Downtown Association's willingness to participate in and fund a portion of the patrols, and a referral of the ongoing cost of the program to the 2024 budget.
Council, this, the motion spells out why it's come to us. Downtown security patrols, the dynamic patrols that the Sault Ste. Marie Police have undertaken have proven successful. At the last budget, when the downtown security pilot program was being considered, it was being considered at the same time as the continuation of the Downtown Ambassador program. I think council had to choose its priority at the time, and rightly, I should say, chose to continue the Downtown Ambassador program. But I think there is a need for downtown security to continue and for the city to play a part in making the downtown feel like a safe place for people who are visiting it. And so as a result of not continuing the security program last year at budget time, as a result of the success of the dynamic patrols that have been ongoing for about 6 weeks now, I think it's time to reevaluate whether or not we should continue the downtown security pilot program, at least until budget. And then at budget time, we can consider it on a full time basis. So that's where this came from. And I think it will significantly assist our downtown merchants in getting to that place where they can decide that they want to be open later, because they have the patrons that are willing to be there at those times. So I will give Councillor Dufour and Councillor Hollingsworth the opportunity. Thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth, for your willingness to step in for Councillor Vesuel in there. So I'll start with Councillor Dufour if he's got anything to add to that.
Not too much, Mr. Mayor. I thank you for your help in bringing this forward. It's certainly something that when funding wasn't continued, I heard about it, a few months later from residents as the person who moved the Downtown Ambassador pilot program at budget. I certainly would have supported this as well, but I was trying to read the room and get what we needed passed. Happy to support it now. And I do think that it does add something ongoing. It's very helpful for us as we're, we've got a number of different buildings downtown. We're trying to attract more high density residential and trying to fill up the high density residential that's there. And I think this is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hollingsworth.
It simply just addresses what people have been asking for is more of a safer downtown, and we are listening to them, and I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Any other councillors, questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries.
And agenda item 9.3, Rainbow Bridge proposal, a motion by Councillors Caputo and Spina, whereas pets and pet owners are among some of the most avid users of our outdoor amenities and walking trails. And whereas our pets play a vital role in the family dynamic in many households, and whereas memorializing our loved ones is an important tradition that provides many with closure and peace. And whereas crossing the Rainbow Bridge is a widely used term associated with the passing of a beloved pet, now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to report back to council on dedicating a bridge within the Hub Trail system as the Rainbow Bridge. This bridge will be adorned with a plaque reading the Rainbow Bridge poem and will be equipped to allow citizens to hang their departed pets' tags to memorialize them while granting their owners a spot to fondly remember them.
Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say, this is something that is near and dear to my heart. We lost a furry family member just this past month. My brother's dog Raider was the inspiration behind this. I have referred to him on my Instagram as one of the goodest boys I have ever met. And I truly do mean that. I think that pets play such a vital role in our families. And so having a memorial like this, I think will provide a lot for folks around town. It also leaves me a little bit like, it reminds me of the place where you put the locks, of a lost loved one or whatever. I do see tourism potential in this as well, where this might be something that people want to have a look at and see and, take pictures or come in and leave their own pet tags or whatever it is. But first and foremost, I think it really does serve a purpose. It's tough, like moving, if you have a pet's ashes or whatever it is, a lot of times folks don't really know what to do with these items. This is a great way to allow them to feel like they're laying their pet at a good final place of rest. And my boy Titus will be 12. He is 12 this year. So this really holds a special place in my heart. So I hope that we can support it. And that's it.
Any other Councillor Spina, did you have anything to add?
Not really. I mean, Councillor Caputo captured everything there when she brought up this motion to me. I was very, very excited about it. I'm really happy to support it. I think it's a fantastic idea. And we all love our pets, and this is just a great way to share that in the community. So I thank her for that.
Councillor Spina, any other councillors, questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
I have a motion by Councillors Caputo and Zagorda, whereas Dolly Parton's Imagination Library is a book gifting program that mails free, high quality books to children from birth to age 5, no matter their family's income, and was recently expanded to include Canadian cities. And whereas the Government of Canada website states that removing barriers to literacy would greatly improve all children's chances of success, encouraging children to take more initiative, have higher self-esteem, stretch their imagination, and show that books are an important way to get information. And whereas supporting this initiative aligns with the corporate strategic goal to promote quality of life advantages within our youngest demographic, and whereas investing in our youth is a key to continued growth within our community that will have positive impacts on our citizens for generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff review and complete the process of enrolling the City of Sault Ste. Marie and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Further, be it resolved that staff seek a possible partnership with not-for-profit organizations to help finance this initiative.
Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kids reading is wonderful. I don't know what else to say about this. Dolly Parton's wonderful for putting this initiative forward so many years ago. I believe this started in the year 2000 in her hometown in Tennessee. It's expanded. Millions of books now go out every month to these children. Just a very quick background of how this works. We would get children within the community, their parents obviously, to sign them up. This is for children from birth to age 5. They receive a book at their doorstep every month until they turn 5 years old. There is a slight cost to the city or whoever should take it on. I would like to say that I have had partners reach out already that I will discuss with. I'm assuming this is going to get put on Tom if it gets passed, and we can discuss that. But there've already been interested parties saying that they would like to financially support this. On the website, it leads you to Census Canada, which tells me that there are 3,040 children under the age of 5 living in Sault Ste. Marie currently. It gives you a nice little transition of how it plays out. If every single kid in Sault Ste. Marie signed up for this, they would receive 12 books a year, and it would cost the city and its partners $85,000 roughly. This is a great gateway, I think, to teaching children to love to read. It's going to, I think, increase library memberships and things of that sort. And I'm really happy to bring this forward. A friend of mine, Marla Spina, brought this to my attention, so thank you to her. And I hope we can support it.
Thank you, Councillor Caputo. Councillor Zagordo, if he has anything to
add. So I'm happy to support my colleague in this resolution. And when we're looking at things like reading children and especially free mailing, I think it would be a great success in the number of young people that we could definitely affect in the literacy area. So happy to.
Thank you, Councillor Zagordo. Councillor Dufour, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure the Sault Ste. Marie Public Library will be involved in the report in some way, and I just wanted to put a quick plug out while folks are waiting for this program. The library offers their Surprise Reads program, which is an awesome thing. My kids both love it. They get books to their age category all wrapped up for them once a month and all prepared by the library. And it's something that accomplishes a lot of similar goals. So it's a great program as well for folks to take advantage of. Thanks.
Just on that specifically, so this is staff review and complete the process of enrolling. Could we have staff review and complete the process, staff review the process of enrolling and report back to City Council? So would that be a friendly amendment to that motion, Madam Clerk? Mr. Councillor Zagordo, any objection to that? Okay, just this way we know what's all involved. So do we have to change it on East Crab before we vote, or are we?
If you'll go ahead, then I will make the amendment.
Perfect. Thank you. All in favor? That carries.
And then a motion with respect to the independent electricity system operator, a motion by Councillors Caputo and Scott, whereas Sault Ste. Marie City Council declared our community as the alternative energy capital of North America in 2008. And whereas Minister Todd Smith wrote a letter of commendation to the city of Sault Ste. Marie as one of Ontario's energy champions in March 2023. And whereas Sault Ste. Marie will be the first community in Canada to launch a community-wide smart grid. And whereas the city desires to continue as a leader in the alternative energy sector, and whereas the Government of Ontario's Powering Ontario's Growth Plan commits to working towards a 100% clean grid, and whereas the city saw numerous proponents advance projects for the previous expedited IESO procurement process for renewable energy generation and storage projects, with none being approved in Northern Ontario. And whereas the city has learned that the IESO has determined that energy projects from Sault Ste. Marie and area will not be eligible to participate in the LT1 RFP process due to deliverability issues. And whereas the Algoma Steel EAF project requires a significant electricity supply, and whereas Algoma Steel is required to utilize the LSP gas plant to cover electricity requirements for their operations until transmission line upgrades are completed and possibly beyond. And whereas the use of gas plant incurs greater carbon tax than the use of electricity. And whereas without added capacity, not only will it delay full implementation of the EAFs, but also cripple our ability to diversify our economy, prioritizing Southern Ontario development over Northern Ontario's continued sustainability. facility. And whereas the transmission grid is in the process of being upgraded, which will enable the deliverability of any generation or storage projects in our region shortly after LT1 projects are anticipated to be activated. And whereas Sault Ste. Marie is part of the Ontario grid and our requirements should not be placed behind those of Southern Ontario. Now therefore be it resolved that City Council requests the Mayor to write to the Minister of Energy and President and CAO of IESO to request a meeting and enable the inclusion of Sault Ste. Marie and region within the LT1 procurement and future procurements of renewable energy and storage projects in Ontario.
This motion has, it may not seem like it on the surface, but a lot to do with our future economic prosperity. It's a very technical and very, IESO heavy with respect to their call for proposals and things like that. But the real crux of it is Algoma Steel's electric arc furnaces are going to use all of the capacity power that comes into our community. So we will have no ability to attract any commercial establishment of any significant power usage until the grid is upgraded, which IESO is telling us will not be until sometime after 2029-ish. So for the next 6 years, we have no capacity to attract businesses if we don't have projects prioritized, the upgrade of the transmission lines prioritized, or generation capacity developed locally to counter that. What the IESO is telling us is all the new generation is going to be in Southern Ontario. What we're saying is like heck it is. And so we're going to get in touch with the Minister of Energy, give this council endorsement to him, send this motion to the IESO specifically as well. And if any of you, including myself, have the opportunity to speak to our MPP, the Minister of Energy, will all be at AMO fairly soon, or not all of us, but some of us will be at AMO fairly soon. This is a message that we have to convey to the provincial government, that we need generation or a quicker process to upgrade the transmission lines in Northern Ontario. Otherwise, they are crippling our economic development capacity. So with that, Councillor Caputo and Councillor Scott moved and seconded this. Give them the opportunity to say anything they wish. Councillor Scott?
I'm good as well as
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Just want to say quickly, I'd like to bring this also to the Phenom board and make sure that they basically support it and pass it to our Northern Ontario members as well.
Yes, please do. Thank you. All in favor? Motion carries unanimous.
Okay, going to, as you're going into closed enough to ask for a motion to suspend the rules of procedure to go more than 5 hours in line.
We'll need a mover. Councillor Caputo, seconder. Councillor Kinnick. We'll just wait for the wording of the motion. Just under the wire.
That was Caputo.
And so the wording of the motion, Madam Clerk?
Resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to allow the meeting to exceed 5 hours in length.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Mhm.
Motion carries. We've got a bylaw.
There is one bylaw and there is actually a report on the addendum to amend that bylaw to change the location of a couple of those sites. So that is a motion by councillors I'll change it to Dufour and Kinnock. Resolved that bylaw 2023-132 being a bylaw to exempt various locations of filming the production Tales from the Void Season 1 between August and September 2023 from the noise control bylaw 80-200 be passed in open council this 31st day of July 2023.
All in favor?
And I have a motion by councillors Dufour and Bruni resolved that this council move into closed session to discuss one item concerning proposed disposition of land and one item relating to a plan to be applied to negotiations. Further be it resolved that should the said closed session be adjourned, the council may reconvene in closed session to discuss the same matters without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor? Motion carries.
And a motion by councillors Dufour and Kinnock that this council now adjourn.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Way off.